Alright, good day and welcome back to another stream of AC Valhalla for our no HUD and no fast travel playthrough. And we are going to continue today with the north of England. We're gonna head to Jorvik and finally make a start on the order hunt there. And yeah, after Jorvik we are headed towards Snotinghambscire, so still very much in the north regions of England. And yeah, we have 3 order members to hunt today. There's another reference to kind of like Assassin's Creed 1, you know, with Jerusalem, Damascus and Acre having had like 3 assassination targets per city. I did the same thing here in Valhalla, only just like, you know, scaled down a little bit. But they have very much homages. Also, hello there, Mr. Cody. Welcome in. Hope you've been having a nice day so far. And yeah, let's go ahead and make our way to Ravensthorpe.
This is something else.
Citizen!
This letter. Someone wanted us to see it.
Yes, Eivor. Gotta read some letters. Letters that you receive from citizens.
Get out of the way!
Wait, I have no letters. I've read all of them. Well, at least you could have a look at the alliance map. And speaking of which, let me just check something here real quick. Of course, there's a couple sound bits I hadn't activated actually for this game, but I usually have activated. Because they're kind of like Assassin's Creed specific. Okay, I think that's all of them.
I want to see the Alliance map.
Perfect. Yeah, we can finally get warrior takedown. Attempting takedown on an unaware enemy with a melee weapon. It will alert all enemies around you, but throw your adrenaline for every one of them. Oh, very nice, Scotty. That sounds great. I'm glad you had a good day at the gym.
I want to see the Alliance map. Tell me about Jorvik. Hytham says there are 3 more targets there.
If that is true, you are in luck. Our old friends Jor and Ljuvina have made their homes in Jorvik. Both had status and influence in Norway,
I want to
so they
see
may
the
have
Alliance
valuable
map.
insights into the city's politics.
That would make my work easier.
What say you then?
I will go now. Do you know where I might find Hjor and Ljufina?
When entering a new city, it is best to ask around the ports. The people there know more than the average peasant.
I want to stab the Alliance map.
Eivor, have you seen Wallace?
Eivor, where's the ganger? Good day, good day. Men like Doug
This
litter
is
every
something else.
clan, city, and century. The prideful ones. Men who never know when just enough is still too much.
What do you have today?
I didn't remember that Retta actually had something to say about Deck. And Deck dying. Look of a Tyrannus looks quite nice.
Have a good day.
I must be on my way now. Goodbye.
See you later.
While you were away, your Jómsvíkingar helped to serve other Jarls. Here is the tribute they earned.
All right. Bring out my lieutenant. I have to go. See you soon.
Alright, let's make our way into the north. Now the north is definitely a bit easier to find because it's all the snowy area,
Show me what lies ahead.
which means, you know, it of course really stands out in comparison to the other parts of England here. So all the way back there.
You're off. We must row in these waters.
This wind would fail. Sail. Catch the wind.
I make my own luck.
I make my own luck. Do you now, Shay? Do you?
Get in there.
How did Shay get in here? Hello, Dr. Darling, and welcome in. Hope you've been having a nice day so far. I mean, you want me to use my eagle or my raven more? I can do that.
Aid me. Be my eyes.
Conniving crow with eagle ambition. Deceitful veils unclosed.
Want to listen to Shay and then McGuire bullying him about his outfit. Classic. It's one of those classic Bully McGuire moments.
At the sacred shrine, creeping out from under castle, the endless viper slit, spat forth rivalhood and lies.
Down there, Eivor. Probably hostile.
What do you see, Sunan?
I run to the penalty of those splinter notes, blood-red blades brought right brave and feast. Noble quest gives allies strong fame and fortune lives long. Gift met gift in measure, weighed with wisdom. Who in the high seat settles, humble reigns low and land.
Raise the mast! Take the mast down.
I like that song. It's actually a new one. Some of the songs don't really occur until you finish very certain story arcs. Kinda like progressively with the main story.
Run up the...
Cannot sail here.
Bring the mast down. Mast up.
Sail
Who
is
will
ready
share
when
a tale?
needed.
There was a tale of the man I was to crown king before Oswald. Athelred, he was called. It was just before you came, Abel. Rued's man had made a spectacle of the poor man, a Christian priest, and a drunken one at that. His veins ran with mead. He had guts, bolstered by his Bible in one hand, Aelhorn in the other. If Oswald bound the people with faith in each other, Athelred bound them with the love of God. His piety verged on fanaticism. In time, I learned that Athelred had a...
Hush now.
All right, back to the story. In time, I learned that Athelred had a following. A reverent man who feared nothing and embraced death in service of their god. More and more joined him as East Anglia plunged deeper into despair. Emboldened, he sought to purge the lands of Rued's clan. I counseled him as best I could. His faith in God emboldened him. His courage rivaled Rued's. It was all he had. No combat experience, no trained warriors, just sacks of meat falling apart. Athelred was butchered, and on with his men.
Woody, Shay, I make my own luck. Woody McGuire, just like how you made that outfit. Or you make my own outfit.
Ready bows!
Or you make everything
Sing us a
myself.
song. Is there a sea scald among you?
I know a crazed man about my age called Rokur, who we had taken to calling Rokur the Rodent for his habit of collecting axes. For 20 years he collected axes of all make and size. He had never seen a day of battle, but he swore to Thor that he would. In his 31st year, after drinking too much ale, Rokur seduced another man's wife. That man called a holmgang against Rokur. Rokur accepted the holmgang, and on the agreed-upon day, he laid out 12 of his axes and asked, "Which of these will I use to slay you? Will it be Bone Splitter?" he said. "My bearded blade inscribed with Seidr runes, affixed to a handle of English oak? Or Blood Fountain?" he continued. "My Dane axe, which swings through the air on 2 hands with the speed of an arrow's flight? Or might it be Twin Wolf Wounder?" Rokur growled, growing even
I missed
more
the part where
bold.
that's my problem.
Fierce pair of throwing axes. At that moment, the man who had challenged Rokur brought a large stone down upon his head. Rokur died instantly, and his axes were given away as gifts.
Set the mast up!
Have a look, Sunan.
Exactly, Mr.
We
Goody.
can raise the sail in these waters.
Just all of his sound bits smashed up.
More sail! Let's have a song.
Generous Lord, soon I'll praise those into my words to stingy church. Openly I'll sing the truest peace, but silence keep on slander's light. For boasting men I am full of scorn, but willingly I speak of worthy friends. Courts of kings I
Yeah, imagine that song being played here on the ship. Mr. Goody.
gallant minstrel of mild mood and might.
Drop the mast!
For to
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
Okay, the dudes, welcome in. They really are, aren't they? I really like how you have a feature of listening to stories or like having a song. But yeah, also the traverse itself, it's very good they put it into the game, I think, because longships really were essential to the Vikings. Of course, especially in raiding, but also in like really quick and fast navigation through the rivers, because they really designed them in the way where they would like essentially cut through the water. So there was like barely any resistance. And it was of course extremely difficult to defend all the shorelines. They really could pick like the best weak spots. But yeah, I guess those parts aren't quite as peaceful above the long ships. But yeah, the traverse itself definitely is full. Yeah, England really was a perfect raiding opportunity. Lots of rich and fertile lands. Lots of issues within the different kingdoms. Lots of monasteries with lots of riches. But peaceful men that wouldn't defend themselves. Currently playing Odyssey and you can't ride a boat without unleashing a water war. Yeah, that game really is much more built around the idea of like naval warfare. Many people kind of like missed it in this game, that it wasn't there, but it just makes more sense. It really was more like a, you know, vessel of transport most of the time. Of course there has been naval warfare between long ships, but I wouldn't really say that was like the primary means.
I need your eyes, my friend. Sunan, guide me.
And that is Jorvik.
This must be Jorvik. The Order of Ancients lurk in its streets and alleys. My old friends Hjor and Lufvina live here.
Hello, friend. Come see my wares. I'm sure I can find a use for this. I'm giving you such a good deal. These are locally sourced. This is very rare. Ooh, this one is very hard to come by.
We could think about buying like a new set for the ship. Some customization here. Maybe the Jotunheim set for the Snotingham and Jorvikshire story arcs.
This is a must-have. This is going to look so good. This comes from a faraway land. You won't regret this.
Just spending all my money on like hair cosmetics. Why not?
Never been used. Brand new. Made with the finest ingredients. You sure there isn't something else you wanted?
I'm off. Be well, friend.
Jorvik. Nestled squarely in the middle of Northumbria was the town of Jorvik, now known as York, the centerpiece of political power in northern England. Called Eboracum by the Romans and Eoforwic by the Saxons, Jorvik was the hub of international trade in the 9th century. Goods from the world over could be found at Coppergate Market, and if you weren't careful, one could as easily lose their purse there. And we also came across the Sherwood Forest, future home of Robin Hood and his merry men, according to legend anyway. The place is thick with tall oak trees whose shadows bring to mind ancient legends and more.
Go, Sunan. Hjor and Lufvina settled near this harbor. Someone should know where to find them. Hi, friend. Could you help me find some of my people? I'm looking for Hjor and Lufvina.
Hjor? I know him. Are you a friend?
I am.
Then you will get no help from me, or any of the other merchants for that matter. Now, if you don't mind.
Bitter. Has Hjor wronged him somehow?
Knock knock. Knock knock. It's Ada. Hello, Verrot. Welcome in, dude. And thank you so much for the raid. How was the rest of Watch Dogs today? How did it go with Act 3? And good morning, Lucinda. Welcome in as well. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a nice day so far. And welcome into Valhalla. We're continuing after like a week or so since our last stream. And we're now in Jorvik, doing a bit of the northern story arcs now. Both Jorvik and Snotinghamshire. And yeah, we just arrived in the city, so gonna just get started here with the hunt of the 3 next order members. Bangs on the door. Ada, are you in there? It's me, your best friend, Arnie. Definitely pass among face, yeah. That was just a 1 story arc. And it's definitely not gonna return anytime soon, I don't think. But yeah, now we have a bit of an Eva look, I guess, with a pretty heavy sideburn. Ah, very nice, Rod. That's awesome. Definitely made some good progress there. Also getting, you know, all the remaining missions done. But yeah, some of the digital trips will definitely take a good amount of time. As you mentioned. Would be good to have a couple extra days, I guess, to be able to work on that. But I'm looking forward to see what the surprise game will be for the weekend. Nice combo, yeah. It's definitely one that would have been cool if a base game included it, but it's good to have a mod to be able to work with that. "129 phases for the madness, 1 to unlock the outfit, and if you fail you have to start from 0. Yeah, I think there was a reason why I didn't complete, I think, all of the... What did I? I'm not sure if I did, like, all the digital trips, like, to full completion when I've done my 100% run of Watch Dogs. But some of them could be so time consuming. Hello, Velizzy. Welcome in. Oh yeah, do you? Definitely feel free to share the good news. But that's one of those things, I guess, where one can be glad it's not in the second Watch Dogs. The digital trips, because even though they're kind of like nice ideas, trying to do them to like completion, you know, can be quite a time sink.
And what about me? What about my wares?
You can have your wares back when you pay the docking tax.
On whose authority do you impose a tax?
By order of the Council of Jorvik. You can take up your issues with them.
Oh, I shall. And I think I speak for the rest of us when I say this isn't over.
Move along now. We ran a clean dock in Jorvik.
That facial expression, though. Very natural.
You must be the dockmaster.
What gave it away?
Everyone hates you.
As I just explained to your friend there, if your wares have been seized, take it up with the council.
These merchants are not my friends, but I'm looking for some. Hjor and Lufina.
You know Hjor and Lufina? What business do you have with them?
That look will show him. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it looked kinda silly. And yeah, no worries for a shout out, dude. So yeah, for anyone that didn't come in with Rod's Raid, if you haven't checked out his channel yet, he's currently doing a playthrough of Watch Dogs on the hardest difficulty, which is realistic difficulty. The game already can be quite punishing when you're like getting shot at. So that would only make it, you know, even trickier to survive, like heavy combat phases. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed and is playing those games on a regular basis. Like most recently, he's, for example, done a playthrough for AC Unity, where he showcased all of the music in the game by turning off all of the sound effects and all of the dialogue, and just focusing on playing like music from start to finish. Because oftentimes, you know, music doesn't get released officially, which means the only way of actually listening to like specific music's like, you know, as a raw version is by doing that, I guess, or like, you know, going into the like game files, I guess, and trying to extract it. But yeah, it was a nice way and kind of like a good showcase of the different kind of music you can find in Unity. Hell yeah, Lizzie, that's awesome. GG's on the weight loss. It's definitely a nice feeling, you know, when you're like making progress. But yeah, that's awesome, Lizzie. Right, and from that playthrough, the Arno gem also originated. Same for the Arno dance. Okay, so we still play Eivor as kind of like one of an antagonistic nature.
You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
I'm a dockmaster. Being inquisitive befits my line of work. Keeps things under control.
You'll find no trouble here unless you seek it. I only want to speak with some old friends.
In a manor surrounded by flowers. That's where Hjor and Lufina live. How about some coin for my trouble?
How about I cut out your tongue?
Forget I said anything.
No insult.
A manor. Hjor and Lufina have done well for themselves.
To be fair, Ava has given us plenty of soundbite material. She's the gift that keeps on giving.
Show me.
Keep your coin pouch close to you. There are pocket thieves around lately.
Huh. They can try.
I cannot wait for the Yuletide feast. Snow, wine, food. It is truly the best time of the year.
Have you gotten gifts for your family?
What see you, old friend? Here, this is their home. The place has been ransacked. And this body, it's not Hjor or Lufina.
Off to a good start. Already there's dead bodies. I'm just here to visit my friends.
Scattered scrolls. The thief was looking for something. There was a struggle here. Looks like it continued outside. Blood, no body. Which way did they go? Is this one of the thieves? The trail continues.
Riders of Jarmia!
Lufina!
Who is that? Come closer, now! I want to see the Alliance
It's
map.
me, Lufina. It's Eivor.
Eivor? What? Who sent you? Are you with them?
Breathe, Lufina. You're rattled. You know me. I am a friend.
Are you? You show up here like this. These people tried to kill me.
I just want to see the Alliance map. Why are you threatening me? You wouldn't kill me unarmed.
Cast your suspicion or be ready to kill me, because I will not raise my weapon against you.
I am sorry, Eivor. I did not mean to doubt you. It has been a tense few weeks.
Who were they? Why were they after you?
They were after this. I do not know what it is, but these men were ready to kill me for it.
A poor fellow soldier of Christ.
You know him?
I've seen a letter like this before, in London. This city is in great danger. Where's Hjor?
At the Royal Hall. I will take you there. Pull up your hood.
See
we
that
may not be
ladder
safe
there?
just yet.
If they see me, this will get messy.
See that letter there? I've seen a letter like this before. In London.
They are still looking for me.
Hide low. We can slip past them. There's a letter here.
Just a simple request. Please don't kill me, Lufina. Yeah. Just a small one.
She can't have gotten far. Look around.
Right, she's just like walking past you guys. Very good social stuff there.
Lambakjöt þykir mér allgott. All belgurinn angaði af reiki. Muni það vera...
Hello there, Amita. Welcome in.
Fékk honum okkur til.
Hey now!
No social stuff us. How's it going today, Amita?
Come on then!
The people needs me.
Lucky little goblin, you.
Odin! Odin!
I do not see any others.
I killed a citizen by charging against the guard and pushing him into the citizen. I didn't realize I could actually die from that. But yeah, it happened. Oh yeah, I gotta love that Lucinda, right when you just want to take the rooftops, which would be like the logical step, but no. Gotta walk down there and deal with a broken social stealth system. And yeah, Valhalla's going good so far, thank you Amita. Just getting started really here in Jorvik with the story arc. Just doing the first mission. But yeah, looking forward to hunt some order members today. Testicles. I likes to be oiled. I think that should also be in there somewhere. It should be. Etsy voice comes in and you just nod in respect. Exactly. He just has that kind of like authority. Pinball with citizens. Yeah, honestly don't we ever have that happen. They're just like bumped someone with the charge attack of a sword into another citizen. Like definitely, you know, like using visibility here to grab someone and like push him into a citizen. But never with a great sword like this.
Gods, Eivor. Your arrival could not be better timed.
Call it fate. I had hoped our paths would cross again, though I imagined a calmer reunion.
We fled one problem only to find ourselves embroiled in another. While King Richier is preoccupied with the money shortage, a group called the Red Hand has been imposing their will.
The ones who attacked you?
Yes and no. They are bandits, but someone is controlling them.
Look no further than the names in that letter. Killing them is the reason I'm here.
But they are coded. They could belong to anyone.
The sludge in the streets often drips from the gutters of the halls. When in doubt, look to those in power.
You mean the council? Hjor is on the council.
That works in our favor. Someone we can trust to find the answers we seek.
Yes, we are nearly there.
Sliding under her feet, that also works. I'm not too sure yet about Shadows, you know, there's been like so much news and like controversy and kind of like things you don't know yet about how the game's gonna turn out.
Look who has come!
Likely quite a few things still being changed from the last gameplay showcase they did. So I'm just gonna wait and see for now. Just gonna wait patiently until we get the next kind of like gameplay video. Because that's definitely subject to change until February. I guess like maybe in December we're gonna get some news. How about you? Will you be playing it?
It pleases me to see you, old friend. All are welcome here in Jorvik.
It's good to find you well, Jor. Both of you.
What are you doing here? You have not come all this way for the Yuletide.
I've come to warn you, old warrior, about a rut in your city. 3 figures, corrupt and dangerous. We should work together to bring them into the light and kill them before they come to power.
However I may help, I am ready.
Slow yourselves. Eivor, we cannot just go running around the city, poking and prodding and killing at will.
They nearly did me, Hjor.
What?
These people sent the Red Hand after her, ready to shed blood in your streets to keep themselves a secret. But they failed.
This is the letter that was sent to our home. The needle, the firebrand, the vault.
They belong to a group called the Order of Ancients. These are their assumed names. Our leads.
Listen to him, Hjor. He has dealt with their kind before.
Corruption has seeped its way into Jorvik. But King Richier's hands are full, which means my hands are full. counsel on this matter will fall on deaf ears.
I do not want his counsel. All I have told you stays between the three of us. But you should introduce me to the king. I will need to align with him if we are to go about this freely.
The Picts are winning this war. We should be scraping together every ounce of silver to procure food for our men.
Understood, dear Faravit, but we also have a responsibility to our townspeople. The Yuletide must go on.
Enough! The more you argue, the more my head hurts. Sure, I was not aware we had company, the likes of which I did not approve.
Oh, that's a friendly welcome. Dude's the enough of a story, so he'll probably get it as soon as he can. That's definitely understandable. Yeah. Usually I would get the AC games on release as well. I've been doing that for many years now, since, yeah, up until Mirage, really. But Shadows, yeah, I don't know, there's just so much that I want to see first. I don't have quite as much trust in it as I have with other AC games. But yeah, that being said, I definitely hope that it turns out to be a good game. Yeah, that's no worries whatsoever, Mita. More than happy to give you a raid. It was good to catch some of the boys with God of War. I hope you've been enjoying the game so far. It looks really good. Very similar to the first game, but definitely with some good improvements. I was also invisible, but no one knows where they went. That is right. That is always missing. But is it the invisible or is it John Cena? Hello Vaaya, welcome in. Hope you've been having a nice day so far. The timing of a burp in the background. You're definitely gonna be hearing that a lot in Jorvik. Lots of Vikings, lots of meat being drunken. You just wanna see where the story is going, because if you play for more, you know the world is supposed to be getting destroyed, so we're all dying, or they're saying something you wanna find out. Yeah, definitely fair. Kinda build up quite the story arc again between Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla. Like also from modern day now, you know. And as far as you know, the whole like end of the world, so to say, has just been delayed in a way. But they gotta like fundamentally change something about the timeline to get out of that event, you know, triggering. Because whatever happens, it's still like always getting to the same note of like, you know, this has to happen in a way. And I mean, for what we know, Desmond and Layla are kind of like in the gray and working on the calculations to find something to, yeah, get out of that situation. Hello there, Ogoki. Welcome in. John C? Nah. Aditya Mita. Yeah, it can be annoying sometimes. Like sometimes I've... Yes. Sometimes I have phases where, you know, they kind of like seem to flood me. Like also with, you know, viewer bot kind of like messages and stuff. But, yeah, other times it's just completely silent. I guess I also send out like waves of those kind of like attacks across multiple channels, so sometimes it can be lucky or unlucky, I guess, depending. what kind of categories I might be searching for. Could also be because it's like a newer game, you know, Ragnarok, that they anticipate more people potentially playing it or something. What about Loki Unleashed? What about the artifacts? Are they any good? Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that I kind of hope Mirage would go deeper into, you know? Like Loki's story, like not Basim's story, but Loki's story. And also, I guess, in the modern day, you know, what happens to Basim. Because there's so many things that Valhalla is kind of like teased, and we just haven't really seen much of it in Mirage. And the things that we have seen, you know, have been very kind of like, more like implied than really shown. Hello there, Afro, welcome in. And hey there, Shella, welcome in as well. Hope you guys are having a nice day so far. And yeah, it's going good, Shella, thank you for asking. Just getting started here with the Jorvik story arc. Gonna hunt some order members today. Yeah, so there is actually like a secret cutscene that never got released in Mirage. Which is kind of like a, not modern day, more like a future day type of cutscene, which supposedly plays, yeah, very far in the future, like multiple 100 years probably. Because essentially talking about like, you know, the Maut's time as like ancient times or something. So what could happen is if they really kind of like let the world maybe end in a way, like the modern days we know it, with like a big catastrophe, and create another situation where only like few people survive and build a new civilization in the far future. And you know, that's where it kind of continues, and they maybe rediscover the technology of the enemies or something, and they of course still would have reason to go back in time in history. Because it still could be important, I guess, in a way, but I'm not so sure how I would like that, to be honest. I always like the idea of modern day being like in the close future. Like in AC1, you know, it was like 5 years in the future. It still was close enough so you could like relate to it, and at the same time it was like abstract enough for you to kind of like, you know, throw in things that might happen in the future. Yeah, Mirage really just focused a lot more on like Basim before, you know, Loki has much of an influence on him. But that isn't really the Basim that I wanted to know more about coming from Valhalla necessarily. I mean, I also want to know about like Basim before he kind of like turned that way, but not exclusively. Yeah, that's true as well, Rod. You know, like, they really seem like they don't wanna make the modern day as mandatory as it has been before. So all the setups that are in Valhalla, they could very much lead to like nothing at all, or like very little, or just like breadcrumbs essentially. I mean, the studio behind Shadows has already said multiple times that they don't wanna, you know, make the modern day as much of a dominant part of the story as it has been. That kind of like dictates the history, you know. I wanna do it the other way around. A very nice Sheila. I hope you enjoy your work break. So you're reading to kindergartners today. How was that? Are you fine with like dealing with, you know, like smaller children? And most importantly, what did you read? Also, thank you for follow, dudes. I appreciate it. I mean, the funny thing is that when you tell them you're designing yourself, they'd be like, oh great, are you interested in my work, Wo? In that moment you feel like banning them. Yeah, honestly, I mean, maybe some of them are genuine, you know, but I wouldn't trust anyone coming into chat and just promoting that, to be honest, you know. If someone wants to offer their work, there are like plenty of ways of doing so. Not just like, you know, posting to random like people on the internet directly. So, yeah, I would just always time them out or like ban them or something. So does I just like, kind of like brush them off, you know, just say like, oh yeah, cool, great, good luck, I guess, you know. And then they realize that it doesn't have much of an effect and just leave usually.
Shut the fuck up, you whistling tit!
Yeah, you could say that as well. Shut the fuck up, you whistling tit. We just want to know what happens. Yeah, exactly. But that's sometimes a bit too much to ask for with Ubisoft in modern day, you know? I mean, look what happened with the whole Juno storyline. How that got sidelined. Hello Vermola, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. I hope you're having a nice day so far. I hope Gigi and the little one are doing well too. Oh, very nice, Mola. I'm glad to hear that things are amazing. And yeah, I'm doing well. Having a day off today, so having some time to play more Valhalla. We're currently the snowy north of England, so quite fitting for this time of the year. It feels like it's getting very wintry over here as well, very soon. The little man just turned 6 months old. Time is absolutely flying by. Yeah, it definitely is. I have a nephew who's like in a similar age right now. And it's also crazy, you know, when we're like this old, because we're kind of like constantly making, you know, like changes or having like changes, you know, in the way they look as well sometimes, but also in like what they're doing. I saw my nephew like 4 weeks apart and was like looking at a different baby almost sometimes. But yeah, I guess when you like see your kid on an everyday basis, it might also be different. Winter's coming indeed. Yeah. Yeah, what kind of temperatures are you guys having? Over here it's already been like 0 degrees, like during the night. So pretty much freezing point. Oh yeah, dudes? How did you like that? Having like only summertime all year? I kinda like the seasons, I have to say. I do like the summertime, but also sometimes I just want to have like some cold weather. So living in Germany, we have like very nice and different weather all year round. He picks up a new skill every week or two, it's wild. I can imagine. You're also probably thinking like, what comes next? Is he gonna learn to make the dishes eventually? I guess he's a couple of years away from that. Yeah, I don't blame you. You know, when it gets like this hot, you just want to have a break sometimes. You just want to like jump in like a bathtub of like ice or something. I got some more, that's a pretty cool win. But yeah, same here. Definitely like the seasons. Kind of like the cycle in a way too. Germany's like Michigan weather-wise. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Michigan weather, but I could imagine. There's definitely some parts of the US where it's quite similar in that regard. Dishes, laundry, taking out the garbage, but maybe you should teach him how to walk first. Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. Otherwise they have to do it while crawling. I'm not too sure how nice it would be to do that from that position. This is a live in Germany. When we video call, it's like we live in 2 different planets, or you're in the Animus or some shit. Yeah, I mean, would be quite a difference in terms of like, you know, kind of like environment and culture and weather and all that. No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here and for joining in. I hope you have a good day, and I hope work goes well. Hope it's a bit more on the chill side. And thank you, I definitely will have a great stream. We will catch you on the weekend if you're doing another stream. Ooh, some Red Dead Redemption 2 again. Hell yeah. Yeah, so for anyone that hasn't checked out Lucinda's channel, definitely consider doing so. Another great streamer of the community. She's currently doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. It's her first time ever playing through the game. And yeah, she's also been playing the Assassin's Creed games. Big fan of games like Bioshock, Resident Evil, but also other horror style games. And yeah, great streamer to check out, with a very, very nice community as well. Attitude-wise, you're directly across from Paris. Oh yeah? No worries of a shout out, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one. Coming back to it after the October horror games. I gotcha, yeah. Definitely, I had a bit of a break then. But yeah, it's gonna be cool to see you play more of that game. I honestly can't wait to play it again. I've already wanted to play Red Dead Redemption again, the second one that is this year. But then I was like, it's such a long game and I'm gonna play it either way for the historical order run. So I'm just gonna have to wait and be patient. But then it's gonna be all the better getting to play it again. No worries, dudes. Take your time. Okay, let's make finally a choice, shall we? We've been like standing here for a while.
Is this how you greet all the strangers who walk through your doors? Or just those who mean to help?
Forgive me, Lord. This is...
Eivor of the Raven clan. Don't bother. I know well who you are, Rizier. You have a problem in Jorvik.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
A problem that nearly got my friend killed. Lufina was attacked by the Red Hand. They raided her home, destroyed her property, and chased her through the streets.
Those bloody scoundrels again.
She survived, but the Red Hand has been a growing problem here of late.
And what is your stake in this? You some sort of wandering mercenary?
No. This is Sigurd Jarl's Drenger. Took our old camp by the river Nene, as I hear it. I am FIREBRAND, war chief to Halfdan Ragnarsson, and this well-fed wastrel is Audun, High Reef of Jorvik.
I've seen rebel groups like this before. They sit and wait, and the moment you lower your guard, they spring up like weeds. If left alone, they will take Jorvik out from under you. Not what you want. Not what Halfdan wants.
Oh dear.
What do you want?
Tell me what you know about the Red Hand, and I will rid your city of them. You can go about your affairs.
They've been sticking their hands in coffers around the city, targeting nobles, merchants, and anyone else they can throttle.
And they are growing, as you said. I would rather not be worrying about them come Yuletide.
This is not something we can afford to ignore. If we do not have the means to deal with the Red Hand, we should let Eivor.
Do what you can, but do it quietly. I do not want the public alarmed. Hjor, send funds to procure food and ale for Faravid's men. And make sure there's enough left over for the feast.
But it's as I said, we don't have...
Find it. I have spoken.
He tells me to find more silver. Where? In a dragon's hoard? Come, I will take you back to Ljufina. She will know where to begin. I cannot tell if that went the way you had hoped.
It went well enough. Riche will stay out of my way. No one can argue the Red Hand must be dealt with. Speak a word of this to no one. The circle of trust must stay between the three of us.
You like Eivor's hair? Yeah, it's one of the parts of the mod that I'm using. Looks a bit like Eva's hair, doesn't it? Not sure that's exactly the same, but quite similar.
You will forgive me for stepping away. I grow weary of those pissing contests.
My love, I am sorry for what happened. I should have been there.
Nonsense. You have your duties to fulfill. Besides, a few bandits is hardly something to worry over.
I am only glad you were not harmed. Eivor, I will be around if you need me.
Once you catch the tail, you do not let go.
Old habits die with the struggle.
Yours changed. Softened.
Politics. It takes the Norse out of a Norse.
I'm happy for him. And you as well. You have made something of yourselves here.
Perhaps.
What do you have there?
Christian texts. The Gospels. Ecclesiastes. The Revelation of John. The Red Hand steals all they can find. We may run the city now, but the Christians must still be allowed to worship as they see fit.
Seems the Red Hand disagrees.
What's more, Althon is worried they will come for the archives next. Between this and all the uproar at the harbor, I would say we have some leads.
Yeah, I mean, who needs extra information, right? Psychowar doesn't act out of, like, information. He follows his gut.
I'll get started at once. No, I need you here. Listen to the voices in this hall. Look for any signs, changes in behavior, anything.
I would swallow a horse heart to join you, Eivor.
I know, old friend. Your loyalty is why I need you here. I will return when I find something.
Rishige, King of Northumbria. Possessed of a sly and calculating nature, King Rishige of Northumbria had luck enough to land himself into royalty. He lorded over Jorvik, a city rife with greed. But he was never truly comfortable as a king, not with Halfdan String yanking at his elbows. Still, knowing the fate that he had befallen his predecessors, he felt the best idea was to simply wait and let nature run its course. Ljufina Bjarma's daughter. A princess hailing from Bjarmeland, unlike her husband Hjorhausen, Jofina did not take to the life of politics and the comfort of coin. Despite her differences in appearance and roots, she remained a fierce and relentless, a true Viking princess indeed. Hjor. Once a member of Western Norway's leading royal dynasty, Hjor left his homeland after King Harald claimed dominion over all kingdoms. Traveling to England, Hjor soon sat on the king's council in Jorvik. Though his name means sword, he was more often armed with bags of coin in those days, the weapon of choice on the battlefield of politics.
Survey the area, Sunan. The archives. This must be where Odin shuffles the council papers.
Viktig is for en sjøjan, asken on Platon. Je von faith, the werjed on goda. Then said ya werjed lichet ye askun sin. Thus werjed ye rava, ne werjed.
Oh yeah. That's actually an ability I use a lot. And now it's even more powerful because now it's like... strikes as fast as lightning pretty much. Super good for boss fights too. Like the amount of damage you can inflict on a single target with it.
He's not here. I should look around. A pile of official scrolls, stamped with a seal. That is a lot of wine. Must be for the Yuletide feast.
Thank you, Audun. I will leave with these at once.
Of course. A4, isn't it? What brings you to our archives?
I've come to ask about these Christian texts. Lufina tells me the Red Hand is stealing them.
And destroying them. I fear they will attack these archives next. The abbess here has offered to bring the texts somewhere safe. She's been working diligently on this matter.
You flatter me, Lord. I only wish to help.
Abbess Ingeborg, this is Eivor, our honored guest from the south. Eivor has offered to help rid Jorvik of the Red Hand.
How can I help?
It's kind of funny we're talking with two order members at the same time here. Hello there, Grammy. Welcome in. Indeed, long time no see. I hope you've been well. Good to see you.
The Red Hand seems to know where to look for these texts. It may be someone is guiding them. What can you tell me? You know something else. That much is clear.
The Abbess has her suspicions.
As much as it pains me to say, I suspect something foul at the rectory. I have heard whispering, collusion, and the bishop. He has been sneaking around the rectory, often visiting the priests in the cover of night.
Time I pay these men of faith a visit. The rectory is on the road to the minster. I should look for the bishop there.
I have the Yuletide feast to prepare for as well. Do drop by for the festivities, Eivor. Have a drink or two.
Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you? Me having a drink or two and just like poisoning myself here.
Wreaths, timber, food, wine. An expensive list of items to procure for a feast.
I have been, thank you, Grammy. Yeah, doing very well.
Weapons and supplies, but not enough to arm and feed even the smallest army. Cast about this land, my friend. Here's the rectory. The abbess said she suspected secrecy among the priests and bishop. Seems quiet. Where is everyone?
Get away!
Stop! Enough!
Leave me be, please!
What has you doused in sweat and trembling so?
The Red Hand. They're everywhere. Please, I don't want any trouble.
Looks as though everyone else has fled this place. So why are you still here?
Waiting for the bishop. One of our brothers said he would return soon. That's all I know, I swear it!
Where's this other priest?
He's locked himself in. That house, just there.
Been a long time since you played this game. Might be time to play it again. Yeah, I think it's still a great game for sure. Like one I still like replaying. But it's definitely also time commitment, you know. With how long it potentially takes to beat one playthrough. But as long as you're enjoying it, that's the most important thing.
Go, my eyes. Someone is hiding in there. Doubt he'll come out. I'll have to find a way in.
I think we found it, Eivor.
Muskie. Been here long, priest?
Just who do you think you are, trespassing like this? This is my property you've destroyed.
I would destroy you.
First your property, next your arm. And if you think I will stop there, you're mistaken.
What do you want from me?
I'm looking for the bishop. Where is he?
Gone to his quarters. Said he would return once he finished tending to a private matter. But that was some time ago.
Show me there.
What do you mean to do with him?
Now.
Lord, forgive me.
Left the others.
Yeah, you should have left. But now you can.
What do you see?
If I let you, that is.
The bishop's court. The bishop's quarters. What is that burning smell?
I think that's burned flesh.
Oh no! What?
Yes, blood.
Just kill him. Yeah, just do it.
Several Christian texts. The abbess was right to cast suspicion the bishop's way. Blood. There was a struggle here.
Yikes.
The stench. He looks like Searcher's shit.
No kidding.
A charred letter beneath the body. He must have tried to hide it before he died.
A charred letter? For me? Fellow brothers of the light, it is with a heavy heart that I will be resigning from my duties at the Minster. The texts we kept there have been compromised, and I can no longer tolerate the abbess's methods. God forgive me for desecrating the sacred texts. My brothers, listen carefully. The church is no longer safe. Holy grounds. As I write this letter, I fear there may be an attempt on my life. Remember this name, the FIREBRAND. She is. The rest of the note has been burned away. Also, give me just 1 second. Alright. Also, Rod, thank you for choosing the scythe as a weapon for the next hour. So we will be using until 2 hours and 40 minutes of stream time. Or at least until that point. I only have one to choose from, which is the Eclipse. But it shall work. I think I might just put more attack in it. There we go. Thank you for choosing it. Maybe the blood is from the struggle they had when picking their nose. Can be a very bloody struggle, you know. Struggle of life and death almost.
Someone knew the bishop was conflicted and killed him before he could say a word. It's a confession. The bishop played a part in destroying these texts against his own will. The rest of the letter is burned, but makes mention of the minster and the abbess. Is that where she's been keeping these texts?
Look around. Search every room. They're around here somewhere.
It's them! It's the Red Hand! Oh, Lord have mercy!
Quiet. I should be the Red Hand. I need to leave.
We will burn that sinner just like the others. Stay out of the way, heathen. We will complete our work. You cannot stop us. What
Time to die.
The target sent the Red Hand after me. I must be closing in. It is time I head to the minster. The abbess knows more than she's letting on.
But in the secret of Monkey Island, one of the sword fighting insult is, I got this scar on my face during a mighty struggle. And the comeback is, I hope now you've learned to stop picking your nose. That's true. Yeah, now that you mention it, I remember that one. Ah yeah, that game had such a funny kind of like sword fighting slash insult fighting battle mechanic.
Help! What?
It's a tanky one. The Grim Eivor. The Grim Vor. Coming to harvest your swords. kind of funny. I can look inside the tower when you like go around here. I'm just waiting to get like stuck in the textures or something. Winter has come. It sure has, Oliver. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, we're now in the frozen north of England. Just arrived in Jorvik, the city of greed.
This place is heavily guarded.
What do you think you're doing?
This is no place for you, priest. Go. Now.
Blasphemy! Stop this at once!
Something troubling you, father?
Abbess, look. They are burning all of these passages. Why are you not stopping this?
Because I ordered them to.
What?
The vellum that burn before you are covered in lies. So long as they exist, you cannot hope to see the world the way it truly is.
Lies? Abbess, what has happened to you? We are God's children all. Do not renounce him like this. Please, I beg of you. You can still repent. God will forgive you. You know he will.
Your mind has been poisoned, but worry not. We have the antidote. We will set a new example to which all may aspire.
You're mad! You won't get away with this. I won't let you!
There's no one to tell. No one who will hear your cries. If you cannot bear to watch them burn, then you should burn with them. I want it all destroyed. Every text, every passage, every scribbled piece of paper, everything. It is time to end this. Yes, FIREBRAND.
It warms my heart.
The Abbess is the FIREBRAND.
Nice Christmas fire.
Stands in her way. Time I get between her and her next victim.
I'm the Grim Reaper today? Absolutely. Yeah, Rod just redeemed the change my primary weapon type. And he's chosen the scythe as a weapon here. The way she walks reminds you of Lucy from Syndicate. That's true. Yeah, the way she's like holding her arms as well. Kind of like very commanding type of like handling yourself. Requiescat in pace. Mola man, you like her, you should join her. She seems like a lot of fun. Let her live. Yeah, I mean, if I could recruit her to be one of my Jomsvikingers, I wouldn't mind too. Complete the Psycho crew. But alas.
For your relief!
When every text is destroyed, it will mark the beginning of a new chapter, just as the FIREBRAND says.
Something going on?
I can assassinate you. Guess that works.
Not the FIREBRAND.
Was not a target, but I take it.
What see you, old friend?
You really are the Grim Reaper, the bringer of death, the harvester of souls. Everyone is running away in terror. That's what I love to see.
Go, tell them the Abbess sent you, and bring the texts here at once.
Yes, FIREBRAND.
This fire that burns inside. I've always had it. A longing to do something grand and important. But that door was always shut to me. My methods deemed too severe. I was cast out, shunned, scorned. But the Order, they took notice of me. Saw that it was courage that drove me. Courage to change the world for the better. They reopened that door.
And you used your chance to destroy a way of life you did not support.
We have seen time and time again what happens when people are left to interpret for themselves. Knowledge must be controlled. Only then can the message be widely understood. The day where there is but one truth draws nearer. One truth, that is what the Order offers.
This one sought to spark a new flame, but did so with a heavy hand. Not a teacher's tongue. This cleansing of yours ends here.
My work is incomplete, but not inconsequential. There are others who carry on. For one of the four is us.
Why did you say that? What does it mean?
Now I go. A flame that grows bright and burns ever more, ever light.
To Helheim, where colder and crueler fires await. I should return to Lufina. She'll want to know about Abbess Ingeborg's involvement.
What is screamis hanski þetta?
There we go. Finally wanted to showcase those two stun finishers from front to back. And my scythe isn't like very much upgraded, so it doesn't deal that much damage. Which means they're a bit trickier to showcase, but there we go. Got two of them in one fight. Hey there, Torrent, welcome in. Hope you're having a nice day so far. What? Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. I'm on fucking hellfire. Sounds like it's about to break into the Raven and Poe. Thanks, Oliver, for the GGs. Alright, let's go back to Lufina.
What do you see?
What news do you bring?
The Firebrand's flame burns no longer. It was Jorvik's abyss, Inkiborg.
Gods, I would never have suspected. Does the orders reach no bounds?
None. And it is often those we least expect who carry out their ambitions. The abbess sought to destroy all Christian texts in the city, rid Jorvik of their ideals. She did utter a phrase that perked my ears. One of the 4 is ours.
4? But there are only 3 targets in Jorvik. Could there be something we're missing?
Damn Picts! Not only do they hold the north, but those lawless Siths have free roam in our lands as well.
Yours said our spies are on the ground.
Under the ground. Only one of them has returned, bone-beaten and bloodied. The Howling Mother take them.
Lovina, a moment of your time. And Hjor if he's about.
I will be with you shortly.
2 more left to hunt.
The disputes coming out of the docks lately have been deafening. Head there and dig around. Something is bound to turn up.
Alright, let's check out the docks.
Show me.
Trivs. Jeg maler antlitt øl for man sitt best.
Jorvik's trade depot. This must be where the merchants' wares are being kept.
They will attack on sight here. The Dark Master. I do not see him. Is he here?
Keep walking. You have no business here.
He has a loud mouth. Usually stands right around here, yawping. Hard to miss.
Fuck off!
There must be another way in.
Well, yes.
I'll split you!
You asked for the knee.
The depot is well guarded by the Red Hand. The Order has a stake in these docks.
What are you doing? You're supposed to be in the market.
I know, I forgot which merchants to collect from.
I cannot believe this. Black cloth on their stalls. Gods, never you mind. Someone else will take care of it. You are playing with fire, boy. The needle is known to sting for far less than this.
the infinite combo there. Just keep on swinging.
Seized exotic wares. These are worth plenty. Something that could be on the Red Hand's agenda. Accumulating wealth.
Written orders. I expect all of a coin from merchants to be delivered to my office daily. The stalls draped in black are not hard to find. Do not fail me again.
The sting of a needle. I'm on his trail. So, the Dockmaster seizes cargo and resells it through merchants in the marketplace. The ones involved bear black cloths. I may be able to get their attention by showing some silver around the marketplace.
Exactly, Oliver. If you're inside Psycho War,
What do you see, Sunan?
then you gotta be ready to also get bloody.
Coppergate Market. I'll flash some silver to the merchants. That should get their attention.
Keep your focus. There was trouble at the depot earlier.
Key. Where to?
But the Needle is calling for more protection. Meet me.
Hear me, friend. I have a haul of silver that will sink my ship. Can you help me spend it?
Keep it down, would you? You'll get yourself killed flaunting like that, especially around here.
What good is a market if I cannot sniff around its stalls eager to spend my gains?
You want to let go of your silver? Try the narrow alleys. Now be gone!
I don't know for sure, but the Needle is calling for more protection. Meet me here at night. We will go see him together.
Those guards will return after dark. I might be able to follow them to the Needle.
Follow me to the casks.
Yes. Oh. And you are my friend.
Was that just... I was about to say. I didn't see what NPC quote was redeemed. I was like, was that originally from Valhalla actually? And I never realized. I legit thought it was like an NPC in the background. Just like randomly. I always wanted to be a duck.
I hear this marketplace sees its fair share of silver pass through. I have something that may interest you.
You will want to speak to Grigori.
The Darkmaster?
Sorry. Who are you?
Someone who wants to do business. With Grigori.
I don't know your face, and I've said too much already. Please, go.
Hey! Did I hear you talking about silver?
I'm looking to spend a large sum, not fork it over to some street beggar.
Oi! I'm no beggar, you dolt. I'm with the big dogs.
You mean the Needle?
You have something he wants. If you truly want to make a trade, head to the statue near the East Gate.
I shall. Watch yourself around here, young one.
Oh, me? Ha! Please. I've a bigger sword than the lot of them.
Have you any wine for sale? There's nary a drop in town.
Sorry. All the wine's been bought up for the Yuletide feast.
Sorry I was late.
Shame.
The lady.
I could do with a cup.
You know how it
Alas,
is.
this feast is
Just
the
hurry,
talk of the
will you?
town.
We have
I
rounds
am
to make.
eager for it.
If I follow them, they should lead me to the Needle.
Like a crocodile is scary enough, but a psycho one? I know, right? We have a psycho crocodile. You have been warned.
The guards here are vigilant. Empty carts. And a black cloth marking the house. This is the place. Hiding among the rats, Needle. Fitting.
Fitting.
Sound of metal. A workshop in the sewers. What is the Needle's operation? All this silverware, some still in their crates. Has this all been seized as well? They're melting the silver into bars and coins. What do they plan on doing with it?
Please, don't do this. I promise. I promise you your silver next week.
Please, don't do this. It's a misunderstanding, that's all. I'll pay.
You had your chance.
Okay. No idea how they saw me, but let's fight, I guess. I don't mind.
Not from.
God curse you!
There's so many civilians here. Gotta be careful I don't actually desynchronize. Toasty.
All this silver. It is being minted into coins. I'm not surprised to find you creeping down here.
You don't belong down here.
We run a clean dock in Jorvik. I believe those were your words. And yet here I find you swimming in silver from all the wares you've seized. Are you the Needle, or just another of his pawns?
You have it all wrong.
The fabric of this world has been used up, torn, shredded, you see. Someone must be there to stitch it back together. Someone with a firm yet steady hand, who can thread the needle. Someone like me.
You are a shit poet, but at least my question is answered.
Yes, well, we all have our weaknesses. Yours appears to be the iron between us.
Think your men are going to stop me?
I would not undermine them so. The Red Hand are loyal to our cause, which is more than I can say for the merchants. Make it quick! Meet me in the marketplace when you are done.
Jesus. This guy's made for a good team.
Don't let this one escape! Go battle!
Damned background. Slipped through my fingers. I'll finish this in Coppergate Market.
Please, no, I can explain. Mercy!
No need. I am well versed in the spouting excuses of bottom feeders like you. Come, come, walk with me. It is good to walk.
Gregory.
Good to take in the air. The sights, the sounds, the smells.
Please, Gregory, I didn't think you'd mind. It was just a few coins.
Shh. I understand. It's not your fault. It was mine, for thinking you had anything but empty air between your ears.
With all the silver I've given you, I have nothing left to feed my children, let alone myself. Please, understand. Oh, dear God.
Merchants of Jorvik, I promised you a future rife with opportunity. And what was the one thing I asked in return? Do you remember?
Loyalty.
Loyalty! Let this serve as a lesson, should any of you think it a good idea to threaten my operation.
I should not be seen in this area.
It's kind of funny how we don't even show the people that much. But that's supposed to be, you know, reference to AC1, of course, when there's like an example being made of a merchant by stabbing him and throwing him into the well, thus turning the whole water to wine, clearly. Yeah, turning it very bloody. You are a shit poet. It was not his opinion. Definitely was. And certainly also one that I agree with.
Funny. As a child, I thought of snow as the tears of God, frozen by our sins. Weak with hunger, I stared into the sky, hoping it was me he wept for. Me he sought to save. But God did not save me. The vault did.
He took me to a fine house, gave me hearty meals, a warm bed. For the first time, someone extended a hand, showed me kindness, compassion. And it was then that I made a vow. I vowed to never turn my back on he who was there for me when God was not.
So you served the Bolt, knowing full well what he was a part of.
The Order made our paths intersect. I owed them a debt, and I repaid it by saving this city from its own destruction.
A life debt is a strong motivator. It took hold of this one's HUD, drove it, and never let go. Yet not with the same compassion you were shown. Too many have suffered by your hand in pursuit of this cause.
You're right. Perhaps I deserve this death. But I am but one cog in a large wheel. One that still turns unhindered.
Not for long.
May you walk
Where you have gone, there will be no tears waiting for you.
Your end is right here.
Go, my eyes.
It cannot end like this.
Ingvar was a rash eater. This bail will I think may think.
Oh, I just realized I was muted. Whoops. Muted myself during the cutscene. I forgot to unmute myself. Classic. Not like I was already talking a lot. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. That was like really weird. Like everything just went black and had like a big like humming sound, and yeah, the whole PC just crashed. I have no idea why or what caused it. Because having the game crash is one thing, but having the PC crash entirely, that's another. But yeah, welcome back everyone. Thank you for staying tuned through this crash break. Also, hey Vijay, welcome in, dude. How's it going today? And yeah, thank you all for welcome backs as well. Let's go back into it, shall we, and see where the last autosave has been. Right, Jay. Gotta secure that first claim. I definitely also had plenty of crash issues with Valhalla before. Not so much in this playthrough yet, but yeah, the PC crashing entirely, that's a new one. Oh, very nice, Amita. How's that going so far? How much do you have left at this point? Damn, was that bad that you couldn't even play it anymore. Thankfully I didn't have had that many crashing issues yet. But I don't wanna jinx it either. Nice, we can finally get the smoke bombs. The smoke bombs I can only throw if you're actually in combat, but still. That's something. Let's also get the assassin slide here. Would be while sprinting to slide into enemies and knock them off balance. Bit more of a gimmick ability, but still. Also gonna get the slide focus finally. It's kinda overpowered. But it's not gonna be something I would try to abuse, I guess. Just, you know, use occasionally. So aiming while sprinting will heighten your senses, making others around you appear to move slower. And as for the next ability... let's get a higher chance of looting food. You have 9 achievements left. Very nice. That's definitely overseeable. Hello there, Stardust. Welcome in. How's it going? It happened when you were doing the Winchester quest, when you had to confront King Alfred. As soon as the cutscene ended, the game crashed. Ah. So like a very specific moment then. Yeah, that's understandable. That really sucks. But yeah, now that you mention it, I remember that being an issue. Not for me, I don't think, but I definitely remember reading about it.
What do you see, Sunan?
välja borgen. Jag är rätt om.
Alright, but yeah, at this point we've been actually using the scythe for 1 hour, I think. Let me just check if the reward is available right now. Actually, it's not yet. It's still on cooldown. In that case, we're gonna keep it a bit longer. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment. Very nice. It's been like ages since I've played any Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to have this game on like Game Boy Color. It was like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Almost redeemed 57 minutes ago. Ah, well, my feeling was almost right then.
What news do you bring?
The needle will never sting again.
Well done, Eivor. Who was hiding behind the name?
My love, there has been an attack at the markets. The dockmaster, Grigory, is dead.
The needle. Sold off the wares he ceased to collect silver for the vault.
He had no such authority. Why would anyone believe him?
The council seal. That rat.
This is getting out of hand. How he was able to obtain this is concerning. I must return and prepare for the Yuletide feast, but I will do so with a bent ear and a keen eye. Be safe.
A valuable seal. And a riddle. One of the 4 is ours. One of the 4. Ricie, Falavith, Odin, and...
You're the 4 members of the council.
We should search their offices now, while they're occupied with the Yuletide feast.
Yes. Yes. Come, to the archives.
Could I have missed something?
We will find out soon enough.
To be honest, it felt more like an hour ago. Yeah, fair enough. It did to me as well. But yeah, I guess now I'm gonna go ahead and change the main weapon type until it's redeemed again at least. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to start the streamer bot there. Let me take care of that for you.
Where is Charles Lee?
Where is he?
Schmerbs. But how about some Gwent, eh?
Herb Schmerbs. But how about some Gwent?
The room to the left. That is where the councilmen confer.
This desk. It looks as though it's been moved here.
That's yours desk.
It is loaded with silver. Scratch marks on the floor.
Yours desk used to be against the other wall.
So why the change?
A hidden entrance. Where does this lead?
Guard the door.
Exactly. There always must be time for Gwent. It doesn't matter if Ragnarok is coming or something. Of a white frost.
There was wine here. Whoever moved it did so in a hurry. A load of wine was removed from here, and the room smells of almonds. It may be the wine was poisoned.
It is likely the wine for the Yuletide feast. Do you think one of the council means to kill someone?
Looks that way.
It is not him, not Major. He would never do this. He...
Keep your focus. Once we have all the facts, then we can worry about Hjor. Right now we need to get to the Yuletide feast. The people are in danger.
You're right. The Roman amphitheater. Let us go.
Gwent is live. Always in the mood for Gwent. Exactly. Whenever someone asks you, it's just a, you know, unspoken rule that you just gotta nod silently and just pull out your Gwent cards. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It just has to be done.
Do you see the wine?
No.
Then there's still time.
The entire council is here. Any one of them could be the vault.
I need you to keep an eye out for the wine. I will speak to each of the council members, see if I can trap them in a lie.
Even Hjor?
Even Hjor. If he is the vault, I will not allow him to kill all these people. Lufina.
I heard you. Just grant me one thing. Confer with me before you make your move.
I will.
It'd be funny if you don't have to confer with her and just ignore it. I don't think so, but we can try. You love a game of Gwent coupled with the awesome DLC named The Witcher 3. I know, right? It's like, how nice of him to actually include like a full-blown RPG with like choices and writing and everything inside like a card game. Now that's pure dedication.
Now to speak to the council members. Speak of the wine and watch for their reactions. That may lead me to the vault. Faravid, a word if I may.
Ah, Drengr. If it's to join arms with me, the answer is yes. We can use someone like you against the Picts.
I may be courted, but I'm selective with whom I join. Are you a drinker?
Ha! If that is a challenge, I am up for it.
Very well. I'll return with some wine.
Wine? Come now, we will do this over ale. That will give us a good measure of who can better fight its lure.
I mean, he's a Viking. It's understandable, you know, he wants to get some good ale instead of drinking wine.
What a delightful feast!
Odin, it seems you have found the funds to go ahead with the feast after all. You must be elated.
That is putting it lightly. Look at it. I could not have asked for a better turnout. Soon the feast will begin, and these people will be given everything they deserve.
We should honor you. I will fetch us some wine.
No, I mustn't indulge. The wine is for the people of Jorvik. But when it arrives, do help yourself.
That wasn't foreboding at all.
He has indeed. The High Reeve of Jorvik has
Get what they deserve.
if he keeps this up.
You just realized the same actor for Faravid is Sigurd's father too. Huh.
Of course.
Styrbjörn? I didn't realize that either. But now that you say it, I can definitely hear it too.
Hjor, who was that?
There you are. I was beginning to worry.
Worry not. We have tracked the vault here. He's someone on the council.
You are certain?
I am. Once I discover who, I will dig my blade into his heart and end this for good. Until then, it is important that I investigate without raising suspicion. I need your help.
Of course. What do you need me to do?
Drink yourself into a drunken fit.
What? Why?
I need a distraction. Keep their eyes off of me. The wine should arrive soon. Drink 3 full cups, then make a scene.
I can't be seen doing that. You'll have to find another way.
Just do it.
It's a bit funny to me, you know, that we kind of like promised Lufina not to suspect, you know, Hjor too much, and now we're like literally saying, hey, how about you drink the poison wine? Just to prove, you know, that you're not a traitor. It's like in medieval times when, you know, they were like, wow, if she's not a witch, you know, then I guess she's gonna drown, and if she's a witch, then, you know, she's gonna stay at the surface, and we're gonna know that, you know, she's a witch and she can die. But either way, you're gonna be dead.
Rishi.
Ah, come to join the feast, have you?
I have some bad news. The wine for the feast has spoiled.
Of course it has. Why would I expect differently? I'll have my men dump it. There may be more wine in my private stores. I'll send a man to retrieve it. Is there anything else?
That is all. Enjoy the feast.
I shall try.
Imagine if in Hexe there's a dialogue reference to that. Wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Maybe they also do the whole, like, lighter than a goose reference from Monty Python. She's lighter than a goose. Which?
Eivor, have you uncovered who the vault is?
So yeah, it's the only way to drive us forward, is by talking to her.
I believe I have. Each of the council members has given me reason to suspect them. Some more than others.
Who is it you suspect?
It's a duck, clearly. Well, I wanna go for the most negative choices in a way, right? And suspecting Hjor, her lover, would be the most negative one. Also the fourth one. But yeah, casting a shadow of doubt on her towards her love, that's quite evil, to say the least. And I've never done it before, so I have no idea what is gonna happen. You could see some random NPCs having a conversation about how to tell someone is a witch. Surely. I mean, in a game about like the witch hunts and stuff. There should definitely be plenty of it. Eivor twirls mustache. Gotta make it properly villainy looking.
Hjor refused to drink the wine when I proposed to help flush out the vault. What's more, the Needle was collecting silver for the vault. I think Hjor was taking this money and funding the order.
Gods, no.
The town's funds in decline. A treasurer's hand in the coffers. It is all connected. For these reasons, I think Hjor is the vault.
How could I have been such a fool?
I need you to focus now, Lufina. These people are in danger. I need your help.
Brothers, sisters, dear friends, welcome all. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our honored guests. Here with me are some of Jorvik's most revered lords. Men and women who have kept Jorvik trudging through these harsh times. I am pleased to say that today, on the day we honor you, We honor as well the nobles to whom we are all so
The wine.
indebted.
Aldon is the vault.
Too late for them. We must not miss our chance.
Join me now in celebrating their successes and yours. To everything you deserve and more.
Shit!
And now, deafened and blinded by lust for indulgence, your foolish pride, I will tell you just what nobility is. A death sentence. A new world of order is upon us. A pity none of you will live to see it.
Get the councilmen to safety. I will handle Alden.
Go.
This area is off limits.
It's like the dollar store version of AC1.
Save these breaths. They will be your last.
There is no escape. No future for people like you. In for the kill!
What did you hope to gain with all this? What riches are worth so much misery and the deaths of honorable men and women?
Only a feeble mind would call them honorable. They are privileged, sedentary, complacent. They wasted their resources. I secured our power through wealth. I contributed to the future of a glorious order.
On the backs of honest people, merchants, priests, and nobles alike.
A4, you are wrong. Held back by your primitive cosmology. 9 worlds in the tree? No. 9 times 9,000 worlds. And as many suns.
9 nights I hung in the tree, sacrificing myself to myself. So does the wise one seek wisdom.
Countless spheres awaiting our gift, our enlightenment.
I live in one world only. You live in none.
I live only in one world, the world of greed, hatred, and bloodshed. Ava, what are you doing? You're like stuck here. Okay. guys are my allies, aren't you? That's good.
Where did they go?
That's true, Stanley. Yeah. I definitely did do that. And it was either way, you know, a fucked situation. Because either you were drowning or you were like surviving to swim, and then, you know, you would still be like accused of like witchcraft and stuff. All in all, a pretty poor situation to be in. How abominable of you, Odun. I'm very... Yeah, it's really cool to see, you know, how every kind of like assassination in the Free Cities is like a reference. The one from AC1. Where they even had, you know, one of the core game designers of AC1 work on the cities here in this game. Thanks for GG's, Oliver. That's true, Rod, yeah, it's like exactly the same pretty much with the targets. Spread across 3 different cities.
Are you alright?
We're fine. Faravid and his cars escorted King Richier back to the Royal Hall. Everyone is safe.
Let's regroup there. Show me what lies ahead.
Beautiful song. Reminds you of a Pam Param song from Witcher 3. Pam Param, Pam Pam Param. It definitely is a classic. I should probably add that to my song sound bit as well.
Fair Lucrezia could not sate her appetite for lovers, but I suspect she would be fine with 2 or 3 more brothers.
Ah yeah, the Savage Ezio Minstrel songs. Oh, I can't wait to hear them again in Revelations.
Little shit.
Conspiring right under our noses.
I'll kill him!
Motionless like Osiris, motionless limbs like Osiris.
Another classic.
I don't care. I want answers.
Calm, Lord Richier. Audun is dead.
That doesn't calm me. I wanted to rip the bastard's spine out myself. You want to calm me? Start talking.
Audun aligned himself to a secret group that was plotting to overtake Jorvik.
He had help from 2 others. Grigory the Dockmaster and Ingeborg the Abbess.
And you, Eivor? You were after these conspirators from the moment you arrived?
Yes, though I could not let it be known. This group can reach any person, permeate the walls of any city. Much like the worms of a spoiled apple, they would have eaten Jorvik from the inside out if we let them.
But you stopped that from happening. We owe you a debt of gratitude. You can be sure Halfdan Jarl will hear of this.
If the threat is gone, then you have my gratitude as well. I'm alive today, and so are many others because of you. I'd like to name you an honorary High Reeve of Jorvik, Eivor. Would you accept?
It has a nice sound to it. You honor me, Lord.
You have earned it.
Then if I may, a hoard of silver is left unaccounted for in the grottos beneath these streets.
That's right. Silver the Dockmaster was collecting.
What do you propose we do with it?
I like how the NPC just walks straight through us. Just super casually. Different attitude from Rishike when you left. Oh yeah?
I can't see a single nugget.
Perfect. Eivor insult. Not that the decision matters. Yeah, only slightly. I guess Halfdan is gonna give you some props should you decide to give it to him. And yeah, I guess giving it to the merchants means that King Rishige will take care of it. And he's of course with the order, which I still find a really cool plot point, you know, in the story arc. That's the whole time we think, okay, surely he must be, you know, against the order. But yeah, he's the fourth one that they talked about. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fund Halfdan's war, you know, because I also like to play, of course, not entirely knowing what the outcome would be like from Eivor's perspective, you know. And I mean, if we can fund more bloodshed, you know, and strengthen an alliance further with Halfdan, then that seems preferable to just giving it to merchants. So, I want to fund bloodshed. No worries, Lizzie. Thank you for being here and for joining. I hope you have a good day. And yeah, we're gonna catch you next time.
Without resources, Halfdan's army will perish against the Picts. I say we fund the war. Give Halfdan's men what they need to turn the tide. Future Danes and Saxons will thank us for it.
You will hear no argument from me.
Then it will be done. You will see that your army gets what they need. Come, Faravid. Help me secure this horde. I could use a bloody walk.
Is this a bitter farewell?
Let it be said that I do wish you had more trust in me. But no, there are no ill feelings here. You did what you had to do. If it were me, I do not know that I could have been as level-headed. You remain a friend, Eivor. Let that be clear.
Should you ever need us, we will come.
One last thing. The silver on your desk, Hjor. It planted a seed of doubt in my mind. So I must know. What is it for?
I suppose I can forego the element of surprise. I hired a silversmith to craft a love token for Lufina. A Yuletide gift.
You sneak.
I will take my leave before you shame the throne.
Like, geez, guys, get a room.
Until our paths cross again, old friend.
In this world, or the next.
If you drop by Jorvik again, please join us for an ale. I know of a place down the street.
It seems the wind calls me back to Randvi. Let's tell her the good news.
And that is Jorvik finished. All of the order members have been erased. Well, save for one, I guess. But that one we're not gonna be killing until we actually do the Jorvikshire story arc. We pick the merchants. Yeah, definitely done it before as well. But yeah, most of the time I'm more happier with the choice to fund Halfdan, because he's of course more of an ally. And Rishige, you know, he's a shady motherfucker. But yeah, that means that the next story arc will actually take us to the year 876 now, which is gonna be in Snotinghamshire. And we're gonna go to January of 876. But of course, before we can go ahead and even, you know, do Snotinghamshire, we have to return all the way back to Ravensthorpe. So yeah, that means going further south here, into this direction.
Drink it all up. Step on Stead at Fergende that Hilla the Great. That a hornus with Rifar.
The music matches the moment well. That's true. Definitely does. Kind of a revelation that, you know, Thor has just been like wanting to get a gift for his love. And thanks for GG's, guys. Appreciate it.
Need to row our way out.
A lot of people pick their nose in that area.
Sail! Catch the wind!
Gotta be careful with that.
Strike up a tune.
But you get a mighty scar.
Survey the area, Sunan. No raising the sail here.
This wind would fill the sail.
Run up the sail!
Sig loose!
Have a look, Sunan. We must row in these waters.
Would I be doing any challenge runs for other AC games in the historic order run, or just for no HUD for this one? I definitely plan on doing other challenge runs.
Someone raise the sail, everyone.
Like, you know, the stealth challenge for Mirage, or like 100% challenge for Origins. I want to keep on doing those kind of like runs for other AC games. Nothing of it is really like fully planned yet, but I definitely intend on doing like unique runs for every game that I play. But only ones that also work well together with me trying to showcase history. So whatever like historical elements are in the games, I want to like showcase as best as possible with you know, the databases or the discovery tours and stuff. So yeah, we'll try to definitely showcase as much as possible in that regard. But yeah, doing like any other challenges on top, I wouldn't mind whatsoever. But I always wanted to go well with a theme of like, you know, history in mind, of course.
Sail out!
But yeah, definitely wouldn't mind doing a couple more stealth challenges maybe. Because always fun in the AC games. And depending on the mission can be quite challenging. But yeah, the more slow, methodical approach can be quite rewarding, I feel.
Let's have a song.
Why is the song so quiet? I wonder.
Be my eyes, Sunan.
Is there a sea scald among you?
You lot have not fought a full campaign under Halfdan's banner, I would wager. Let me tell you what it was like. Rarely was there a song of swords when Halfdan set forth. Smart Saxons submitted, and the brave were butchered. Soon, his reputation reached the hinterlands, well before the man himself arrived. And Saxons awaited him with riches, not steel. Halfdan's march through England was unstoppable. But everyone bows to a king until his back is turned. Even glorious kings who have not known treason will do so in time. Halfdan had to ensure that what was his would remain so. One by one, I saw him entrust a city or a village to his older, loyal followers. Until it came to me. Until East Anglia, I accepted my charge. There are those who bemoan not being able to fight and die on the field. But Halfdan needed us alive. He knew the better, younger fighters should remain at his side, while his wizened Drengr served as his eyes across these lands.
Rod, with the World War 1 section of Syndicate, would I do that as a separate stream when I get up to that year? I would, yeah. Yeah, whenever in a game I would have like a moment or like a whole story segment, you know, that's like set in a specific year and have like choice about when it will trigger, then I'm gonna try to do it in that respective year. So for the World War 1 Rift, I would definitely do it, you know, at that point in history, like when it comes up. But for example, the Unity Rifts, you know, I wouldn't, because they're just like one mission and of course required to get to the next part of the game. So those ones I would leave for, or those ones I would do like directly, I guess, but...
Let the sail out!
Yeah, when I have like a choice and it's like a full-on, you know, like part of the game, then I'm gonna wait to do it before it really like makes historical sense. But that also means that similar to how I've already been doing it before in one historic order run of just the Assassin's Creed series, I will be playing the whole like colonial saga of Assassin's Creed like according to the years. Thankfully I still have my timeline from when I worked that out back then, when I first done it. But yeah. That means like jumping back and forth between AC3, Liberation, Rogue, and I guess even Unity. That was really fun doing it back then. You know, it also gave a good amount of variety, kind of jumping back and forth between the games like this. And I was honestly surprised to hear that even Rogue was fitting in quite nicely with the history sometimes that has been mentioned in other games. Like for example when you hear the speech of Benjamin Franklin in Rogue. That's something getting mentioned in AC3 I think. So like jumping back and forth can be quite satisfying sometimes. Indeed, Oliver. Yeah, currently sailing back home here. Back to Ravensthorpe. I'm actually currently driving the route, or sailing the route that we went when we got here from Norway. This is the church where Deck makes a comment about how he finds it absurd that they have a symbol of a cross of Christ. Because in his eyes it stands for weakness. And then it's also, I guess, the church that is also the first raiding opportunity that you do. So I guess that's where Deck gets his revenge. Then here was the naval blockade that we had to get rid of early in the game. And I guess Ravensthorpe should be right around the corner. The story is cool to hear. You haven't explored the stories and songs much. Me neither, honestly. Like when I was doing my second completionist run, I made sure to always travel with a ship to the next story arc and try to trigger as many songs and stories as possible. Also trying to get all the Jomsvikingers to hear their stories, but I probably still haven't heard all of them at that point.
All sail!
Yeah, would have been cool if they had like a dedicated sequence for those rifts in Unity. Because looking at concept art, it really seemed like they had like planned entire like assassination segments that you got to replay. Like for instance for the World War II sequence, there is concept art about you infiltrating like a place filled with like Nazis or something. Very much looking like you're doing like social blending as well to get in there. Would have been pretty cool if that, you know, would have been realized, but I reckon just one of those many things in Assassin's Creed that had to be scrapped. And with Unity especially, you know, they really ran short of time. Very early in development. It was a great series of playthroughs. Definitely was really fun. And yeah, ever since I've done, of course, my first historic auto run, like back when I actually started streaming in 2019. But ever since then I always wanted to do like, you know, something that's a bit bigger of a project. Not just focusing on Assassin's Creed, but like filling in all the gaps. So it's really cool, you know, finally doing it and kind of like committing to that project. Can't wait to play all the other games as part of your Circle Auto Run. Ritual drowning. That must be it. Well, with the Vikings it probably would be. Stuff like that which makes you wish you got a World War II set game in the series. I 100% wouldn't have minded that, you know, because contrary to popular belief, you know, you don't have to set a game set in World War II during, you know, the battlefields or whatever. There's like very much, you know, stealth and espionage as well at play. And yeah, like so many events you could have infiltrated in many ways. Many assassination attempts too.
Good morrow, Eivor.
Good morrow. When you first came across my channel with AC3, indeed, dude. Yeah, it's crazy to think it's been like over 5 years now. Of course, I was still like early in the year when I was playing that game.
Jorvik is now free of the Order's influence.
Brilliant as ever, my friend. Thank you for all you have done.
Here, This marks fewer members of the Order.
Ah, good. I hope this one did not give you too much trouble. As a token of my deep gratitude, I want you to have this. There is more to be done, Eivor.
I have to go.
Then go in peace.
There's always more to do, and many unknowns on the horizon. Yeah, they still could, you know, have like, of course, battlefield sequences, and would be very fitting, but it's not like it has to be like Call of Duty or something, you know? Because once World War II is mentioned, it's like always just like people thinking of that. Time flies so fast. It does. It's crazy to think about. Where the Romans began. It's not easy to like someone who plays AC3. I know, right, Stanley? I mean, I would have trouble liking someone who plays AC3. Hello, Veroni. Welcome in, dude. Howdy, partner. Hope you have a nice day so far. But it's like that was the only kind of thing going on and nothing that could be part of a stealth series. Exactly. It's not possible. Herodotus always in our hearts. Yeah, just one of those quotes I always have to think about in certain moments. But yeah, I also heard it plenty enough of times when playing Odyssey. Even accidentally. Or mostly accidentally. When you just wanna grab the wheel of the Adrestia and you talk to Herodotus instead.
I have purged the Order of Ancients from Jorvik with Lufina and Hjor's aid. And should we ever need theirs, they will come.
You do this work well, Eivor. Is it a prelude to you joining the Hidden Ones?
I doubt it. Not enough glory in these back-alley brawls.
And there we go. The map truly is filling itself with ravens now. But yeah, next is gonna be Snotinghamshire. And then it's finally time to go to Sussex, I guess. But yeah, for now though, this is gonna be where we'll go ahead and have a save. And where we're finally gonna take a full break. Not just a forced, you know, PC crash break. And during the break, I'm also gonna make sure to change Eivor's look again. So we're gonna change his hairstyle most likely. And also the clothes that he's wearing. So I need a couple minutes as well extra to take care of it. But yeah, and after a break, we're gonna be back. And then it's time to make a start on Snotinghamshire. I surely won't be playing for the entire story arc today. But yeah, gonna at least make our way there. Ronnie, things are going well. You got solar panels on the house this week. Awesome, Ronnie. That's great. That'd be really nice, you know, to kind of like be more self-sufficient as a result. And I guess the longer you get to use it, you know, the more it's gonna like pay off too. But yeah, should I ever have a house at some point, then I definitely would like to get solar panels as well, if I can. But yeah, in Germany though, sunshine can be a bit rare to find sometimes. I guess it depends a bit on the, you know, kind of like season. Because in winter time, like where we're heading now, you know, daytime and sunlight will be quite limited. Rod, you're probably the only person who could see a way for a Wild West set AC game. Part of how to do it, it would be to add a day-night system where assassinations are done during the night wearing the assassin outfit. Recon for the targets would be done during the day wearing more period-appropriate clothes, plus bringing back personas from Liberation. That is very true, you know. And of course they could also maybe play a lot more with like face masks and stuff, you know, which are like more easily like pulled over to hide your identity, you know. Because that's of course also the primary means of like using the hoods. Or even like, you know, like combining the two together. But I would love a Wild West game, honestly. I think, you know, an AC game can work in any kind of like historical setting. Of course, it doesn't always work in the sense of like, okay, we have this classic like AC2 experience, you know, with like very dense like urban cities. But I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, you know. It's good to have variety. And it's good to have different like environments, because stealth can always be, you know, like an option if you make it make sense good. Be careful, you might need another first. Please, Shane, not today. I can't take another one. Well, at this point it's kind of like it doesn't matter either way, because I will have to kind of like download the videos, the broadcasts, and render them together either way, so... Since I kind of have to do that either way, we might as well have more crashes. Why not? More first claim opportunities. Thanks, Rod and Ronnie. And cheers, Oliver. They're gonna have a small bite at least. Maybe some bread and a drink or something. But yeah, so if you wanna also, you know, get up and get something to drink or something to eat, or like just stretch your legs, now would definitely be a good opportunity, because it's gonna take a couple minutes. San Diego is a good place to have solar, lots of sunshine. I would think so, yeah. Probably a very smart choice if you like plan on staying there. We can put solar panels around my, cause I always shining bright like the sun. See, that's how we can power it. Problem solved. Who needs like actual sunshine in Germany? You think an Old West Assassin's Creed would also integrate some steampunk stuff? It definitely could, you know? Like bring some of it maybe over from like Europe. In a game called Gunsmoke in the arcades and on the NES, there was a level with ninja as the enemies. Nice. Ninjas versus cowboys. Why not? I'm down for it. Partner's Creed. Howdy, partner. But yeah, gonna quit the game here for now, because I will have to access the mod, of course, and the forger to be able to change my looks. And then I'm gonna restart it once I return. But yeah, I'll be back after the break.
I want to see the Alliance map. I want to see the Alliance map.
A brief history of time.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Chaya! Decision gerecht.
Hello, and welcome back. And hi, Precision Gather. Thank you all for staying tuned. And yeah, welcome back to more of AC Valhalla with our no HUD and no fast travel playthrough as part of the historical order run. And yeah, I've returned with food and a tea. So while I have some of that, I'm gonna go ahead and showcase something here in the Historical Research Center. And that is a kind of like a Q&A, I guess, with a Viking Age expert on the YouTube channel Wired. That released fairly recently, one month ago. But they had some really funny and insightful questions, I thought. And yeah, I want to showcase that because I really like the answers that she was giving. Also, welcome in, I'm in a Bearsuit. Hello there, dude. Hope you're having a nice day so far. Thank you for welcome back as well. Hello, Valitis. Welcome in. How's it going? Hey, Vegas, like, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Starship Troopers today? Hope you had fun. You're doing your part. How was the game today, Gisek? Doing well, Lightus? You think you were lurking in Rod's stream? Yeah, he did send over a raid earlier, so I reckon you've been sent over. Good to see you, Lightus. And glad to hear you're doing well. Yes, I got around to the first DLC second campaign for the first time. Actually fun units, what the heck? That's crazy. What is this fun you're talking about? Fun isn't allowed in games. I like how the raid alert happened now, like sound-wise. You introduce a mercenary faction that needs to be paid during the mission to hire new units you're supposed to keep alive in order to not waste your credits. It's such a great concept because they're also versatile and OP. But if they die, they die. It's a very consequential win. No second chances. Also, for anyone that hasn't come in with Gislek's raid, if you haven't checked out his channel yet, I recommend doing so. He's currently, as I mentioned, playing Starship Troopers, but he's also been doing a playthrough of Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey. The first game actually that I've done in my historical order run, because it kinda like takes place millions of years ago. And yeah, you're kinda like playing through human evolution, I guess. Or at least parts of it. And it's a very unique kind of like survival-based game, I guess. But yeah, really well done. And also by the Assassin's Creed original creator. So that's a game that he went on to after, you know, departing from the series. But yeah, I would say, let's have a look at this video and see what the Viking Age expert has to say to some questions here.
Just specializing in the Viking Age. Let's answer your questions from the internet. This is Viking Support. From @Lungfish2K. Who knew that Vikings had cool nicknames? I completely agree, they really did have some very cool names. Well, hopefully some were quite rude and offensive as well. So Vikings had normal given names. They didn't have surnames in the same way that we do. They might have what we call patronymics, so you could be the son of Thor or whoever. But after that, they gave them some really good other names, depending often on some quality that you had or a skill, for example. I have a little list here of some of my favorite names. We've got Eirik Ale Lover, Ketil Flatnose. We have Olaf the Witchbreaker, Eystein Foulfart, and then we have Kolbein Butterpenis. Some female names include Thurid Soundfiller, Halgard Twistbreaks, and Thorbjorg Shipbreast. I guess it depends a little bit what your main qualities were, how people wanted to remember you. from @DavidKruger01. How violent were the Vikings? Yes, they were very violent people, but they weren't actually the only ones. Early medieval, this sort of whole period in Europe was a very violent one. They were certainly very successful. We know that they had really good battle techniques, they had really good weapons. But we also have to remember that a lot of the sources we have about the Vikings were written by their enemies. Sometimes there's a little bit of a bias in those sources. We do also know from a brand new study, actually, that back in Scandinavia, there's a difference between the different Vikings. The Norwegian skeletons had far more injuries than the Danish ones. In fact, about a third of the skeleton studies all had violent trauma to their bones, but only about 6% of the Danes. They also had far more weapons in their graves, which all points to a society that was extremely violent compared to others. From @Finuas. So how accurate are the Vikings TV shows on Netflix? They're not very accurate, but they are inspired by a lot of real events. A lot of them are inspired by their sagas. So, for example, in the latest ones where you have King Knut and Emma, there's a lot of the facts around these people that are really quite close to what we know happened from historical records. But there are other things that aren't quite right, or that go a little bit too far. One of those is the portrayal of women and female warriors. Now, this is something that's caused quite big debates, because certainly in the Vikings show, we have plenty of female warriors. In fact, entire armies made entirely just of women. We do have records of what we call shield maidens, so these sort of fighting women, but they're usually thought to be mythical. We have female goddesses like Freya, for example, the goddess of warfare. You have the Valkyries up in Valhalla, for example, that swoop down onto the battlefield and take the fallen warriors up to Odin's hall. But do they really fight? This is the so-called Birka warrior woman, better known as BJ581. This is a grave that was discovered quite a long time ago that we classified as a warrior grave. It was an individual buried in a very rich grave full of every type of weapon imaginable. Ancient DNA of this show that this individual was actually genetically female. I think the likelihood is that it was possible for women to also take part in battle, but we really didn't have that many of them, because we would have had more evidence. We would have more graves, female graves, with weapons and with weapon injuries. By Nick727, did Vikings really sacrifice humans? There are a couple of archaeological finds that suggest perhaps people did get sacrificed. One of them is a site I worked on myself. We have a very peculiar grave of 4 young children who are buried together right outside a huge communal grave that we associate with the Viking Great Army in the 9th century. Chemical signatures in their teeth have shown that they've come from different places, and they actually ate very different diets, but they died at exactly the same time. And quite a few people have suggested perhaps this is one of those examples where people were sacrificed. We do have some written records that suggest that the Vikings did actually practice this particularly rather horrific rite. So one record is from somebody called Adam of Bremen, who writes that he visited the temple of Odin, Thor and Frey in Gamla Uppsala in Sweden. And there, every 9 years, the people would sacrifice 9 of each of the male species, including humans. Whether that's true or not, we don't really know. Next question is from Shufflapagus. How do we know about the Vikings? We don't really have many direct written sources from the Vikings themselves. We do have historical records that are contemporary from other people. Typically, they're enemies, other people who encountered the Vikings. So that could be the Anglo-Saxons, for example. Now, they have to be taken sometimes with a pinch of salt. Often they only really involve things like rulers, the battles, the bigger movements. They don't tend to tell us very much about everyday events and normal people. The Vikings themselves did have a writing system. They had runes, but they were only used for very short inscriptions, so there's not really that much to get from them. We do also have what we call sagas, kind of like historical fiction, really. They are stories that are written about the Vikings, mostly written down in Iceland in the 13 and 1400s, several hundred years after the Viking Age is finished. They're typically also written through a very Christian perspective, when a lot of the Vikings Vikings were pagans. So we are getting a bit of a skewed idea about what the Vikings were about. We then also have what I'm particularly interested in, which is the people themselves. So we can look at the human remains, we can look at the evidence from the bodies and the graves. So that's where things like bioarchaeology comes in. One really good example of this is the Viking Great Army winter camp of Repton in Derbyshire in England. And we know about this one from written records. Anglo-Saxon Chronicle tells us that this great army overwintered in Repton in the year 873. Now, archaeologists in the 80s actually found Viking graves at that specific site. And one of them had an artifact. It had a Viking sword and also a Thor's hammer around his neck. That's a pretty good sign that this was someone of Viking origin. Radiocarbon dating actually tied him to that group, to the 9th century, so that was perfect. In my own research, I've been looking at this grave called Grave 511, this man who seems to have been a warrior, possibly even the leader of the Great Army. He had lots of evidence in his body about violent injuries, some of them probably carried out with an axe. And I was able to look at the isotopes from his teeth, showing he most likely grew up in southern Scandinavia, quite possibly in Denmark. Interestingly, he was buried next to a younger man, and they had the same isotope ratios in their teeth, showing they probably grew up in the same place. And when we carried out ancient DNA analysis of these two bodies, we could actually show that they were related. But not just that, they were father and son. All those sources about the Viking Age come together to tell this story about, presumably, a Viking leader and his son, who both died round about the same time in Repton in England. Michelangelo-esque adds, what did Vikings do for fun? They certainly had parties, they had feasts, where they would quite enjoy drinking mead and beer and get quite drunk. We know they did lots of other things. We found ice skates and skis, archaeological evidence for skis dating to the Viking Age. Well, they also had practical purposes. Next question from someone with a bit of a Viking name here. That's at Ragnar Belial. Where did the Vikings go? Vikings start out in Scandinavia, so Norway, Sweden and Denmark, and from there they go all sorts of directions. A lot of them go up to what is now Britain, across to Ireland. We have those that go past the English Channel to France and Spain. Some go across the North Atlantic over to Iceland and further beyond to Greenland and even North America. And then again, others across the Baltic. From there, they go down these river routes in Eastern Europe, in what is now Russia, Ukraine, further down to the Mediterranean. And then even further than that, we know that some made it all the way to the Caspian Sea and also overland to Baghdad. So we really have a huge range of travel, both north, south, east and west. We know about this from a number of reasons. We have runic inscriptions, especially in Sweden, that actually tell us that people went to these specific places. Elsewhere, the archaeology is hugely informative. So when we, for instance, at Lansing Meadows in North America, find a site that has a very typical pattern of settlements, of houses, of artifacts that we know that we can associate with the Scandinavians. We can show that these people moved along. It's also traded objects. So for instance, in my own research, I looked at a carnelian bead found in England. We got exactly the same beads in Scandinavia. We got them in Eastern Europe, but they come all the way from India. And that tells us that the Vikings traded really far. They moved along these river routes and tapped into other networks like the Silk Roads, for example. From at Fake Lizard Squad, when did the Viking Age begin? It's almost a bit of a trick question. It seems to have a very easy answer. 8th of June 793, with the attack on the Lindisfarne that kicked off the entire Viking Age. But now we've actually been able to push back the start of the Viking Age even further than that, to about 750 or so. And this has come with a new discovery, a Viking ship in Salma in Estonia, where lots of people died and were buried, clearly killed as part of some kind of raid or attack. But it dates back much further, and interestingly, also in the East and not in Western Europe, as previously thought. This question is from at Erdreed Gnimmel. What is the technical difference between Norse and Vikings? Aren't they from the same tribes? Norse really is the language spoken, and Vikings is the name that we've been given to these people who come out of Scandinavia in between the 8th and the 11th century. We don't really know what these people called themselves. We're pretty certain they didn't call themselves the Vikings, but the name comes up quite a lot. It actually has a couple of meanings, and one of them is a person, an individual, and the other is a verb. It means essentially to go on a journey, which could be a raid or it could be something a little bit more peaceful than that. But this word Norse, which is quite often used about the same people, actually comes from the language that they spoke. So Old Norse, which is the root of all the Scandinavian languages, so Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish, and as does Icelandic, which is probably also the closest in sound to what Norse would have sounded like. But what happens if you settle somewhere else? So if somebody comes from Scandinavia and settles in, say, England, how long do they speak Norse? When do they swap over to English? We don't really know. The same sort of people that come out of Scandinavia and the countries that we call Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, they come into play much later towards the end of the period. So we tend to just lump them all together really and call them all Vikings. Next up is at Gregstradamus. Vikings didn't use a compass while navigating their ships. So how did they get to know where they were going? There's a possibility they used something called sunstones, which would help to show where the sun was and so where north was and so on. But a lot of the time, they're really just looking at their geography. They're looking at the sea, hugging the coastline quite often. So if you're going across from Scandinavia and over to Britain, you're taking the sort of shortest route. So you're looking for sites of land, going literally along the coastlines and knowing what the oceans are doing as you're moving around. From at the Grimfrost, did Vikings smoke pot? We have found evidence of cannabis seeds, in fact, in Scandinavia. So there's a couple of places where we've found this. One of them is one of my favourite graves, is the Oseberg ship grave, one of these most spectacular, huge, big Viking ships. It was actually the grave of two women. They had a lot of grave goods, and one of these women had a little pouch, and inside the pouch were found several little seeds of the cannabis plant. Of course, what we don't know is how these seeds were used. Presumably they were planted. They could have used them for smoking. They could have used the herbs medicinally, or alternatively, they could have been used for hemp. We know that people make rope out of hemp. At Arsamota asks, watching Vikings Valhalla and wondering how they were just having unprotected sex and not afraid of disease or pregnancy. Were there special Viking condoms? I think the answer to that is no. Just sort of hypothetically, if they did have any, they would be made of organic materials that don't actually last in the archaeological record. So even if they were, we probably wouldn't know. Were they afraid of disease and pregnancy? Almost certainly yes, but we don't have any evidence of sexually transmitted diseases. There are some that leave a trace in a skeleton, like syphilis, for example, can actually be so severe that it makes huge alterations into the bones. In terms of pregnancy, we don't know that they had any ways of dealing with that, but slightly less pleasant knowledge that we do have is the possibility that they carried out what we call infanticide. We do have one written record, which is quite interesting on this, from an Islamic traveller, a man called Al-Tatushi, who came from Spain. He visited a town called Hedeby, which is now right on the border between Denmark and Germany. And he said that there, unwanted babies for economic reasons were thrown in the sea. Is that true or not? We don't quite know, but probably the answer to the question is that yes, they were afraid. No, probably didn't have condoms, and they may have had to deal with the unwanted babies rather than the pregnancy itself. Next up, we have at Viking Historic, who asks, did Vikings use soap? We have some records that they did use soap, possibly something made out of lye and animal fat. More broadly, we know that they were really concerned with hygiene, and especially things like their hair. Very careful with washing their hair and combing their hair. Now we know that both from written sources and from things like this, combs made of bone or antler. There's one record from an Arabic traveller who encounters some of the people called a Rus, and Ibn Fadlan said that these were some of the filthiest people he'd ever come across. They did wash every day, but they did it in a way he really didn't approve of. This group of men were given a bowl of water. The bowl was passed to the first person and then even spit into the same bowl. But at the end of it, he wouldn't throw the water out, he would actually pass it to the next person who'd do the same thing, just following all the way down the line. But if we go to Anglo-Saxon England, we've got quite a different perspective. We have a quote from somebody called John of Wallingford, who complained actually about all those Scandinavians, all those Vikings that had settled in England. They caused so much trouble, not only because they would comb their hair every single day, they would also change their garments often, and they'll have a bath every Saturday. In that way, they actually attracted all the local women who were so much more impressed by these incoming clean Vikings than the local men they were used to. From @SarcasmCat24, what did the Vikings look like? We generally speaking think of these people as quite tall, and normally, as in Scandinavia today, a lot of people who are blonde and have blue eyes. We have, however, recently discovered through ancient DNA studies that quite a few of them actually had much darker hair. So lots of people with brown hair, even some people with brown eyes. We have one eyewitness description from a slightly unlikely place, which is the East. This is from Ibn Fadlan, who describes these people called the Rus, who he meets near the Volga. And he says, "I have never seen men more physically perfect than they, being tall as date palms, blonde and ruddy." We don't actually have any pictures, we don't have any paintings, and apart from some of these other sources, we don't really have the descriptions either. It seems a bit like similar to Northern Europeans today, but not quite as stereotypical as we might imagine. @BlackRedGuard1, what do modern Norwegians and Danes think of the Viking era? Are they proud of that heritage? Or is it seen as a cruel and barbaric time? I'm from Norway, I grew up in Norway, then moved to England and started studying the Vikings. I have to say, in Scandinavia, we are very proud of the Vikings. Not necessarily the actual violent parts. There's some quite horrific things took place, including quite extensive enslavement of people, but we have the arts and the objects, the artifacts, all those trading networks, all of that is something that is seen with quite good pride actually in all those countries. I've seen in England, for example, you see it very much from the enemy's perspective. A lot of the written records really very much talk about how the Vikings were defeated. So you have people like Alfred the Great, who's hailed as this great hero who defeated them. In fact, I recently had to take the Life in the UK citizenship test, where one of the questions that comes up on the syllabus is, who defeated the Vikings? And the answer to that one is Alfred the Great, even though it's not actually true, because not very long after we have a Viking king, Knut, who actually successfully takes over all of England and rules it for nearly 18 years. So I can't really say that Alfred defeated them. Now we've got a question from @Dibble Gaming. What's with all the Vikings all over social media? Is it a trend, or did a bunch of people take a 23andMe and they're super proud of their 0.13%? The one key point here is no test of DNA can tell you that you were a Viking, because that wasn't really a clear identity. People didn't call themselves Viking. We had quite a lot of people moving in and out of Scandinavia. They interacted with lots of other different cultures, for example. So genetics, different from identities. That's the first point. The other is that when you go that far back, the information you get from these tests, it's a little bit meaningless because there are so many generations. You have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, and then it increases exponentially. So when you go back in time more than 1,000 years, you get a vast number of ancestors. But the population at that time was really quite small. So geneticists have worked out that you have these things called isopoints, so genetic points, where actually all the people who had descendants and passed on their DNA are essentially related to all the people alive today. And that point in Northern Europe is in the 10th century. So essentially, if anybody in the Viking Age had children pass on their DNA and you got ancestry in Northern Europe, then you're going to be related to those Scandinavians. That makes it a little bit less meaningful. And the other point is that you're not actually comparing your sample to those ancient populations directly. You're comparing it to other people, quite recent populations who live in those countries today. It's telling you quite a lot about, say, the last 300 years or so, but not really about the Viking Age itself. Thank you for watching. This has been Viking Support.
Alright, and that was Viking support. Definitely some interesting questions. I kind of like the one about the nicknames that they had. You know, kind of like describing more like things they were known for or like occupations they had. You know, sometimes, you know, even like certain character traits they were known for. So when Eivor actually has like multiple nicknames, you know, like Raven Feeder and something, or like Shadow Walker, you know, then that's usually describing like a certain aspect of him and gives him yet another kind of like nickname and title. And in a way, that's of course also how lots of surnames came about. You know, initially kind of like you would have names like, for example, in Germany, you know, like Drucker for printer, if that has been your occupation, or like Bäcker for baker. And then we kind of like kept on changing. No worries, Rod, for sharing that and showing it. Also gave me a good opportunity to get a bite to eat. But yeah, so I've also changed the look of Eivor, but I haven't really had a chance to see how it actually looks like in-game, so we're gonna have a look now. But essentially I went for the set of 4, but not the one you can get in-game, but rather one that Thor is actually wearing in the Asgard and Jotunheim story arcs. And I've assigned the Eva color scheme because kind of like more darker colors. But yeah, I have no idea how it looks like in-game. So let's have a look. That looks pretty cool actually. Especially with a cloak. There's a bit of a clipping going on though. And I think that's actually the Raven thing interacting with the 4 disguise. I think kind of like layered or something. That looks pretty cool already. Just have to get rid of that Raven cloak. But I also went for this hairstyle for once. I think it's the hairstyle that one of the River Raid guys also has. The one you get contracts from. But yeah, I'm actually gonna go and restart the game real quick and check something in the mod here. Because I reckon I have to disable the HUD disguise manually.
Citizen!
Okay, so I think if I just tap hide cape, but not for HUD disguise, I think that should fix it. Let's have a look. Hello Vaora, welcome in. Citizen. Hope you're having a nice day so far. Welcome to Fashion's Creed. We're just taking care of a look for Snotinghamshire. Now that we have finished Jorvik. Yeah, Fashion's Creed is the best. Who needs assassinating when you can just procure some new clothes? That's the one, yeah. You have a Willy dating simulator. Okay, that looks better. No clipping anymore. And I mean, given that we're playing as 4, I kind of have to also use a hammer or something, don't I? Just like double hammers, why not? I put so much into Eivor and Vili's relationship and then just said nah. I guess I wanted to go with a whole like, the more like friends than anything angle. But yeah, I do like the fact that you can get him to join you in Ravensthorpe. It's gonna be interesting what I end up going with and what's gonna happen. When I go with the in-moment kind of like negative choices.
I want to see the Alliance map.
Ah yeah, one thing I've forgotten, but we gotta now change the year as well, because we're now in 876. Yeah, very early in that year. It's also gonna be much higher suggested power level than previously, 250 here. In comparison, Sussex is gonna be 160. It's gonna be slightly more difficult here.
I have received a unique summons from Snotinghamshire in the north. From your old friend, Vili.
Vili? A name I've not heard in 10 winters or more. How is he?
Well, it seems. Vili asked that you join him in feast and celebration, in honor of his father, Hemminger Jarl.
A welcome invitation. It will be good to see him again.
It is worth recalling that his father, Hemminger Jarl, would be a formidable ally. Will you go?
I will leave for Snotinghamshire today.
Good. They will be pleased.
I really like Force Cloak, I have to say. It kind of reminds me of a cloak that you have in Revelations. When you go to...
Eivor, have you seen Wallace?
when you have a sequence outside of Constantinople. But yeah, that's definitely fair, Aura, to have a kind of like impression, you know. It's certainly teased a bit.
Hey, while you were away, your Jómsvíkingar helped to serve other Jarls. Here is the tribute they earned.
All right, bring out my lieutenant.
My lieutenant seems to be popular. That's the second time he's been assigned today. But I got money for him. But yeah, I mean, he's called Uchud. So for anyone who has watched The Last Kingdom, would be an ideal one to get. And he's quite mad. I mean, perfect, you know, crew member for the Psycho crew. It's kind of silly that they gave each story arc a canonical year, but the difficulty levels don't really match with that timeline. Yeah, so this timeline is more like a fan interpretation than something that's like factual. It's kind of like that some guys sat down and kind of like tried to make the story arc make sense with like the seasons that are being displayed in the year, and what would be like a logical way of like playing through the story arcs. Yeah, according to like some of the historical events we know that are represented in some of the story arcs and determine when they should be technically taking place. So I think very much the suggested power level is the intended order by Ubisoft, and I guess likely to be matching with the historical progression in a way, but there are definitely some things that don't work too well in that regard if you just followed by suggested power level. But yeah, it's definitely not like an entirely factual timeline. But it's probably very close to what the intention might have been. But yeah, it would have been cool though if it gave every story arc, you know, kind of like a date when it starts. Because that's how it was with the older AC games, of course, you know, giving us like specific dates and years. So you can always see how time is progressing.
I must be on my way now. Goodbye.
Even when Doug was younger, he had a streak in him. Hate to see it go that way. But you did the right thing. Can't imagine what you are feeling. Anyhow, you probably need something, eh?
May I see your stores?
You like the looks of that one?
Alright, I would like to upgrade the Warhammer here for my double Warhammer combo.
Ready?
I gotta buy some ingots first.
And my craftsmanship.
What have you got for me today?
You should get that. Honestly. This was a smart purchase. Eager to find a new home.
I will see you later, friend.
Always a pleasure, Eivor.
I would like to see what you have in stock.
All my pieces are good. That one's very good. There. Now you can take on anything. You are
are looking powerful.
I have to go. See you soon.
Put that gear to good use out there.
Yeah, I like it. You didn't even merchants pushing my wares so hard while you're shopping. It's like, yeah, I'm already, you know, buying stuff, can't you see? You don't have to sell anymore. Okay, I want to change my design for the ship as well for the story arc. Don't think I've used the Carolingian set yet.
That it?
I'm off. Be well, friend.
Goodbye, Eivor.
To the waves! Run up the sail! Sing, my ravens.
Why does Yannick is such a stink guy after the deck fight and never mentions it again? Yeah, it's a question, isn't it? Like, it makes you think that maybe, you know, they had like some sort of like deeper friendship or maybe even, you know, romantic relationship potentially. I know there's another moment sometime before where they like seen in some sort of interaction, but I have no idea if it has anything to do with it. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, they had to cut something in regards to that. But yeah, I mean, you know, Ava also very directly addresses her in a way that definitely makes it seem like
Take the mast down.
that she would be more on the deck supporting side.
Mast up!
But yeah, to be fair, it seemed like many weren't entirely too sure about Eivor being in the right.
More sail!
Thus best about this land, my friend.
Yeah, definitely understand that aura. I definitely felt similar. I thought it would also have like a bit more of a repercussion. But yeah, I guess for many people it was more in that moment, you know, that they seemed to have made some arguments they couldn't just ignore. Maybe they later realized after reflecting a bit on it that he wasn't. Or maybe they just didn't want to get on Eivor's bad side.
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
But yeah. I had my own mate here. Perfect.
Hey, come here!
Some good loot here.
Hey, come here a moment! We're done here. Come on!
Also funny, that's kind of like Viking Shent.
Show me what lies ahead.
Yeah!
Jesus. how many people are there to ambush me? But it's actually crazy.
Let's see.
Got to go now. Thanks for the stream. Catch you next time. No worries whatsoever, Mita. Thank you so much for being here, dude. And for joining. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of the evening. And if you're streaming, then I hope you have a good stream. I think you were trying to finish GTA 4, right? If it allows you. So if you're trying that, then best of luck with it. I hope it, you know, finally lets you finish the game. And yeah, for those of you that haven't checked out the meter yet, definitely recommend doing so. Another great streamer of a community. He's playing various different games. Star Wars Jedi, for example, but also Grand Theft Auto 4. He's also been playing some God of War Ragnarok. And yeah, many more great games. Like Skyrim, for instance. And yeah, if you want to check that out, there's a link in chat.
What do you see?
And that's the voice, Amita, of a shout out. Almost skipped my horse. Ah, looks so funny with her hair just tipping through the hood. No worries, Aura. Catch you when I get back, and hope you enjoy the coffee. Welcome back, Sheila. Home from work. How are ya? Left a weekend comments. Hope the rest of it went well with the teenagers. And yeah, Valhalla's going good. We finished Jorvik. So that's another story arc done. And we now started the Snotinghamshire story arc. Or at least heading currently to that location. And yeah, also decided to change Evo's look. We now went with the 4 set from the Asgard dream sequences. Some drama, but nothing too crazy. Fair enough. I wonder. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. Definitely helps when I get to focus on the main story objectives quite well. Because then the game also doesn't take, you know, hundreds of hours to finish and complete.
Go, my eyes.
Little south of this.
Jesus Christ. I think these wars are more high level than I thought. Just died like that. Took 2 hits and they killed me. Requiescat in pace. Mord by wolves.
Have a look, Sunan. What do you see, Sunan?
I find it a bit difficult to locate Snotingham here. Not so much Snotinghamshire, but Snotingham as a location. I think it's because it's kind of like laying in like a crevice of sorts, like beneath the mountains. So you might not get direct line of sight from afar. So many angry animals here.
What see you, old friend?
I mean, doesn't this kind of look like Snotingham? Not sure. At least there's like no mission marker or anything like that. No, this is Ravensthorpe.
Now! Get the murdering heathen!
Show me.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna make use of a map look here. It's been quite a while since I've done it last time. Okay, so we're definitely at a pretty good location here in Snotinghamshire. But Snotingham itself? I mean, we did drive past it, didn't we? With a long ship. Also, why does the quest symbol not pop up? Oh, okay. It's like that far south. Jesus Christ. I didn't actually realize that Snotinghamshire leads that far into, you know, the mainland here. Neighboring even Leicestershire. And yeah. Okay. I'm like much further north than I have to be, essentially. But that gives us a bit of time to study the map of Snotinghamshire a little bit. At least the locations we have discovered so far. But yeah, it's just like on the other side of Repton here, pretty much. Okay, I think what I might just do is take a hard left here, call a longship, sail down, and then just take a left.
Sunan, guide me.
sort of go up there!
Trade many gifts, visit and find him often. If you have another, one that you mistrust, still you want to profit from him. Kindly you should speak, and flatter you give, his treachery repaid with your. This same friend, if you mistrust him and suspect him to
Surveying the area, see?
Okay, I think that's Snotingham approaching there.
laugh with him, but repay just what he gives you. I was young one, I walked alone, and became lost in my way.
Yeah, right over there.
I felt like I was rich when I met another man's joy is found.
Welcome back, Aura.
Hold here.
We will pick up. This must be Snotingham. Saxon and Dane live in peace. I expected nothing less for land under Hemminger Jarl's rule. I need your eyes, my friend.
Min broder måste lite
Snotingham. It will be good to see Villy again.
Make sure the supplies are secure. We may set off at any moment.
You look thirsty as a flaming fish. You win if you can down it faster than me.
For 1 second I actually thought this was King Rishige without his cloak or something. Because it looks very, very similar actually. With the beard and the hair, and then, you know, the kind of like gold chain and cross and stuff. Even like the coloring of his coat.
Smell that fear. Palpable. There's drinking to be done. Who's with me?
It's surely driven your hair on that way. That's a way.
Do I trust my own eyes? Is that truly who I see?
Trygvi, you old hound, how are you?
Eivor, a friend of old is a good omen.
Look at this. Your chin grass might be mistaken for hedges now.
Ah, but a healthy Jarl beard it is not.
And what of Billy? I was happy to get his message.
I stand in Villy's place today. He and his father have gone to Ravensthorpe to stave off an invasion of Picts. We've laid a long siege, and Hemminger Jarl looks to finish the job.
Off looking for a fight, I should have known.
Yes, Villy's sword always finds its way into trouble sooner or later.
Not a bad way to live.
In spite of these war cries, you should know that Villy's father is more frail than last you saw him.
How could that be? Hemming Jarl is an ox.
So he is. And he'll be pleased to skull with the moon in his jaws at the sight of you. Come, the swiftest path is by river, but these waters are hostile to Norsemen. You bring good luck with you. We could guide the sail steeds downstream.
I'm ready for whatever danger awaits. Prepare your convoy, and we'll be off.
Our Jarl has waited long enough. We follow the Wolf-Kissed to the encampment. The Raven clan's Wolf-Kissed. You'll soon have more names than the All-Father himself.
I've traveled far, spilling the dew of slaughter. A reputation is the price of victory.
Aha! Indeed!
Hemming Jarl is old. He definitely is. Not very young as anymore, at least. Perfect choice for the next Jarl.
Ready the sea beasts. Eivor Wolf-Kissed is here to escort us upriver.
I remember when Billy and I were small children. You spun many epic yarns for us over the hearth's fire. But I do not remember you telling us how you came to serve Hemming Jarl. Is it a tale worth telling?
It is, but a sad one.
Go, Sunan.
It is, but a sad one. I suppose I was the age you are now. Skadi had sent us a harsh winter, and much of our clan was starving. To feed us, my family incurred a large work debt. But my youth rendered me too proud to pay it off. I wanted to raid, not toil. For my failure, Hemming Jarl could have taken what he wanted from my family, including our lives. But his heart is kind. He spared us, and I pledged myself to him. Gladly so. So it has ever been.
A story of quiet honor. If we had more tales...
Test this!
Picks ashore! Protect the convoy! Fire! 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 Bows! Fire! Fire! Bows! Fire!
Ready, bloodbag!
Fire! Picked on the ridge! Got the convoy! Fire! Fire! Ready! Fire! 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 Fire!
It's really smart of him to stand right next to the explosives, isn't it?
Ready, bow! Fire! Ready, bow! Fire! 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 Oars! Back us around! The convoy's laid bare!
Come on, convoy.
Bows! Careful! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Let's go. What are the convoys doing? It's like, come on. Follow me.
Careful, Eivor.
Bows! Fire! 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 Fire!
Careful, Eivor. These supplies bring fire to the Ulkathorpe siege.
A trick for tell. Fire was like a drive-by in GTA 5. The medieval version of it.
Ready, bows! Fire! 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 Fire!
Can this convoy finally come with me and not like try to shoot someone who's like super far away? Like, come on, dude. What are you doing?
Bows! Fire! 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 Fire!
Can we go now? I swear these guys.
The convoy remains, Wolf-Kissed. The convoy is unscathed. Hemminger Jarl will be pleased.
Okay, coming now. At last. Yeah, if I wouldn't go faster, the life depended on it. Thank you for a follow as well, and welcome in.
Fearlessness shall mark our deed.
Aid me, be my eyes.
Hello there, Shaky. Welcome in.
Pull up here. Hold on.
I have orders to go to Stoneberg, but our camp is just ahead, so hurry on without me. Vili and Hemminger Jarl will be pleased to see you.
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
My sheepskin. That there is Eivor the Wolf-Kissed.
Eivor! Hail! We have not laid eyes on you for some 10 winters now.
Hail, friend.
It was like, I don't know who you are.
The Picts cower. Muster the men for battle. Freya's kiss. You came. Welcome.
Your son sent for me, Hemminger Jarl. One of the happier messages I've had in England.
I wish I could expand on this happiness with good news. But we are in the center of a storm. And yet, my old heart sings great songs at the sight of you. You look good, Eivor. Strong, healthy.
Well, I look good, you look bad, I guess. Shaky, I hope I don't owe that guy money. Exactly. It's like I don't even wanna remember.
I was told you were ill, Heminger. I hope these stories are bigger than the truth.
Of course. You know how rumors grow. A fish the size of a hand at catching is the size of a man the next morning.
Movement on the walls!
We must end this soon, before the weather changes.
The whole of my clan would be here if you called them.
No need. These men are flies for swatting. Even now, Tryggvi rides for Stonebur, should any pigs escape. It will all be ended by this time tomorrow. You have known me as your Jarl for an age. And I have known and loved you all since you were babes. An easy burden to bear.
Let's hope you fight better than you age, old friend.
You're not slurring, Billy? Have you mislaid your ale?
Today, you do not fight for me. Not for each other. Today, you fight for your children. Fight so that they may grow. So they may be good and just as you are. For them, today, we take back Ulkerthorpe.
Tryggvi and Eivor have brought us arrows and oil to bring firelight to the Picts, to feed their traps. The first to signal from the top of that tower, their war chief's weapon in hand, drinks my mead for the month.
Thorsbeard, it's good to see you, Billy.
Oh, is it? Or have you come to snatch glory from my calloused hands?
I mean, the glory must be all mine. But that's not an option here. It's either the glory is all yours, or let's share it. So I guess that's shared. There gotta be at least a little bit of glory for me there. Your penny would be, I don't remember you at all, but hello. Yeah, I know how that's like.
We can snatch glory together. Unless you're too frightened to fight beside me.
Oh no, this is a contest now. To the top of that tower, and the Pict Chief is the prize.
Old times, then.
And new alike.
Fight, Heminger sons. Bring victory today. For tomorrow, we feast!
The Pict Chief hides behind his men like a cow. No doubt he will be well fortified.
Look for places heavily guarded.
Billy and the wolf kissed fight.
tower.
Flames!
Dude, some of these enemies are so tanky here. But it's also like a 100 level difference at this point.
The spear is mine, Billy. And so too am...
You're injured.
No, stop. I'm fine. There is more blood here than injury.
Pride cannot heal you, Heminger. Only care and bandages.
My clan fought well, did they not? You saw it. The heart in these people. How they rallied behind their Jarl.
You have that effect on men. They trust you.
And they love my son all the more. But he lacks the trust of our Danes. And I am running out of time to persuade them.
You are sick.
And you accept it. Unlike my son, he thinks me immortal because he must. He does not want what I have to give him.
Was it Billy who summoned me, or you, Heminger?
I thought you would come faster if it was Villy's name you heard first. I need your wisdom, Mayfor. Your discretion.
You have it, of course.
There will be a thing soon, in which the nobles must name a new Jarl. And I am torn. I would have my son follow in my steps, but he is reluctant. He follows his warrior's heart. Others will name Tryggvi, A fine man with a mind for leadership. But his lineage is tattered, and he is less bold.
Pig's just chatting is so funny. Type of words tough as assassination. Yeah, I guess you could try to assassinate him, right? But yeah, I reckon the time window is super close. I think I've done it once or twice, but very difficult to get, I guess. And so Tua, we did it. You do wish Hemming would tell Willy all the shit he tells Eivor. That's outrageous to think. You know, that people actually have a conflict with each other, would actually talk about said conflict and try to be reasonable and listen to each other. It doesn't drive forward any kind of like conflict in the storyline. And no one wants that. The advanced assassination windows is sliver. Yeah. I remember having those kinds. It's almost like hitting the right lockpick in Unity on level 3 chests or doors when you are at level 1. With the amount of precision you need. You always give it a trick for so Willy can be a raider with you. That's usually the option I also like to go for. Because Trick for also really, you know, seems like a great potential leader. And certainly better than someone who doesn't really want to be, you know, in the place. So it really seemed like the best solution to have Willy come with us. And of course for us it's also like a nice profit, you know, having Willy at our side as a Jomsvikinger. But I'm interested to see how it ends up with us, because I will go for like in-moment negative choices. And I'm not yet sure what kind of outcome that is gonna lead to. They really want you to fight him. Communication in a relationship? No way. I know, right? That is as rare as it comes. Well, I'm just gonna think on it.
Both men are honorable, but they do not hold a bearded axe to hemming a jarl. Let us not burden ourselves with the all-thing choice yet.
Your sight is clear and your mind is sharp. Let that guide your thinking in the days to come. Willy departs for kinder downfall soon. Ride with him and talk like old friends made new.
If I see any Valkyries lurking nearby, I will send them away.
I can fight them off a while longer.
Are you sure about that?
Willy waits for you below, A4.
Willy Hemming's son was a beast on the battlefield with a bold and pleasing personality to match. Since settling in Snotinghamshire, however, this yard's son has carried around the heavy burden of living up to his great father's legacy. I do not envy the man. It's a rom-com without the romance or the comedy. But what is it then? Is there a way to, you can recruit your Jomsvikinger even if you are on PlayStation 5? I think so, because I think it functions just through the Ubisoft connection, and it's also cross progression, this game. Like you could start a save on PC and then continue playing on Xbox or another platform, I think. Because it goes through like the Ubisoft server side of things. So I believe so. But I couldn't tell you 100% sure. Hemminger Jarl was a natural and charismatic leader. He was Halfdan's bulwark in the fight against the Picts. With great effort, Hemminger united the Saxons and Norse and created peace in his time. The challenge was for those who followed to fill his rather large and Jarl-worthy shoes. And we have Tryggve, right hand of Hemminger Jarl and father figure to Vili Hemminger's son. Loyal to a fort, this old geezer ran a tight ship for Hemminger Jarl in his stewardship over Hemthorpe. If only he lived his life for himself a little more instead of others. And we finally came across the Picts. Now if you remember when we played Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, Senua is actually one of the Picts. And her people as well. A confederation of Celtic people who lived in what is now called Scotland, the Picts were on the way out by the time the Viking invaded England in the 9th century. A proud people who had been Christianized roughly in parallel with the Saxons of the south, they nevertheless fought to maintain their independence from them for as long as they could. Rod Hemminger would have spoken to Vili about wanting him to become the Jarl in the future, and Vili likely rejected the idea, like Hemminger thinking that Eivor would turn up quicker if it were Vili requesting him. Hemminger feels that Vili would be more willing to listen to Eivor. That's very true, you know. He definitely also knows his son, and also knows that, you know, he's seemingly not too fond of the idea of having to live up to that kind of like ideal, you know. And standing. Also being like constantly compared to your father would be kind of difficult, I think, after a while. So overall I really feel like Vili not taking the throne, I guess, you know, was probably the best choice for everyone. But yeah, so we're now almost at 50 hours of playtime. And we have started with Snotinghamshire, which we're gonna be finishing next time, I reckon. But this is gonna be everything I will be doing for today, with this stream. But yeah, made some good progress. Finished Jorvik, made our way back and forth to Snotinghamshire, and started here already. So next time we should have a bit of a head start on getting to finish this arc here. And yeah, then after Snotinghamshire, we're finally heading to Sussex and try to rescue Sigurd. I've never waited this long in the game to do it. That's gonna be interesting. How it like also flows like narratively, you know, having like that important kind of like thing happening so late in the story. Because after Sussex we only have Jorvikshire, Vinland, and Gloucestershire, I think, as well as Winchester. So it's definitely, you know, going towards like endgame content. It's almost like a parent that wants a child to take over the family business, but the child doesn't want to. Yeah, it's very, very similar if you think about it. It reminds me of like a lot of the restaurants on the east coast of the USA. You know, for example, like Italian pizzerias or restaurants in general. when you have like, you know, your like great-grandparent in like 1930 or something opened up, you know, a pizzeria there. And then it's been like family owned since then. It's just like kind of like a tradition. And yeah, often like something, you know, that seems to be like expected of the children to like follow in, you know, because it's kind of like, yeah, you know, like the family business and everything. But yeah, I mean, it's great to keep up with traditions like that, but of course not if someone has to be, you know, forced to do it, because I don't think it makes much sense in that case, you know. No worries whatsoever for stream, Rod. Thank you for being here and for joining, and thank you also again for the raid earlier. Hey Rod, bye Rod, exactly. No worries, Aura, thank you for being here as well, and for joining. Hope you have a great start into your weekend later. Have a good one, Torrent. Catch you next time. Thank you also for being here. Hey Vanik, welcome in as well. No worries whatsoever. I hope you had a good work day, and hope you have a good start into your weekend. Thanks for dropping by as well and saying hello. Oh, you want pizza, but it's almost 4 AM. I don't blame you. But yeah, I mean, you know, any time to have pizza is a good time, really. I wouldn't mind having some pizza at 4 AM. But yeah, we're gonna make some lasagna now, though. Close enough, I guess. But yeah, Levi already cooked the bolognese sauce over the days, so I'm just gonna make some fresh noodle pasta now. Like for the lasagna plates. And some homemade bechamel sauce. And then it's time to layer the lasagna. But yeah, very much looking forward to it. It's like one of my favorite dishes. Yeah, I don't blame you, Rod. When it comes to lasagna, I'm like Garfield. I could have it like almost every time. And all of it. It's so good, Torrent, isn't it? Lasagna. Whoever thought of creating that dish. May you be remembered in honor forever. But yeah, let's have a look who's online, who we could send a raid today. Alright, so we're gonna go and raid over to Amita, because Amita's trying to finish GTA 4 today. But he's also having some issues I can currently see. There's basically a bug with the helicopter in the last mission, and that prevents him from like finishing the game right now. But maybe we can help him. Maybe we can find like a solution. It does remind me of the flying machine mission in Brotherhood, where you lose control of the flying machine because it's like an issue with the refresh rate or something. So maybe that's what's happening there too. Like bugging the physics or something. But yeah, if everything goes well, he's gonna finish GTA 4 today, and it's a game I picked for him to play, so I'd like to be there and see how it goes, the rest of it. It maybe even help a bit. If you want to join us for the stream, there's some raid emotes in... if you want to join us for the raid, there's some raid emotes in chat. Feel free to copy and paste them. Thank you for putting them into chat, Rod. And that's no worries for the stream, Shella. Thank you also for being here, dude. Hope you have a good weekend. And I will sure to catch you somewhere on Twitch this weekend. But yeah, let's have a look how Amida's doing with GTA 4. Until next time.